Welcome, everyone, to episode 327 of the Fake Nerd Podcast. I forgot that I didn't put it up on the top there, so I don't know what's going on. Hi, I wasn't meant to do this intro, so I'm kind of winging it. I'm Brandon T. McClure with you on this exciting journey to go through the last two Indiana Jones films. I'm very excited to be here. I'm, of course, joined by my good friends, Ben Magnet.
I'm here to whip it and whip it good.
Sparks Witty.
Yes, I am also here, sounding different than usual. I'm alone, and yet there are people in my home.
Ryan Eliopoulos could not join us today. It was Mother's Day. By the way, happy Mother's Day, everybody. Mother's Day is a long day for him, so he decided to sit this one out, rightfully so, as he should. So this is so we are Ryan less, but that also means Sparks has a massive echo because there are other people in his house talking. So just a heads up for you audio freaks out there. Otherwise, hi guys, how's it going? What's going on? How are you? How was your Mother's Day?
Okay, good. Oh, my mother.
One of you is muted, so like
Yeah,
the
that's
one
true.
who's
One of
not
us-
needs to talk.
One of us is muted. I don't know why I froze like a deer in headlights. My God. My Mother's Day was great.
Good.
As what you do on Mother's Day. I saw my mom earlier this morning. We got to hang out for a little bit. I bought her coffee. And you know those times or those things on social media where you see like the card in front of you pay for your meal and they want to get the train going? That
Right.
happened to us because the car in front of us paid for $5 of our coffee orders. So essentially, I got mine and my mom's coffee order for $5 off. And thankfully, there was no car behind me because I was sure as hell not going to pay for the person behind me.
Ben's like, I'm happy to take it, not happy to give it.
At this moment in time, being the one diehard Zelda fan who still does not have Tears of the Kingdom because his bank account said you are buying Zelda day one, I'll take what I can get.
You know what you could be doing. You probably don't have it. Never mind. Sparks, how was your Mother's Day?
All right, if you're about to talk to me about Jedi Survivor, I just got it and 2 hours before we started recording.
Well, there you go. Sparks, how was your Mother's Day? Sparks is coughing.
He's coughing. He's
Sorry.
coughing.
Yeah, I've been sick most of this week.
Oh, hey, me too.
Pretty much all of it since we recorded, actually. My Mother's Day was fine. Yeah, I have nothing special to report.
Well, then why don't I take this moment to report on the links in our description? That worked
If you
out.
must.
That worked out. I like
Are
that.
any Zeldas down there as well?
Way to
I'm
ruin my
sorry.
transition.
I'm sorry.
I had a great
I'm
transition.
I'm sorry.
These
All
are
right.
the tears of the podcast.
All right. So there's a number of links in the description below as Ben hacks up a lug. The cinephiles went crazy this week. Sparks was a cinephile fiend putting up some cinephiles.
Did it go crazy?
There's three.
There's 3?
Yeah.
I thought there were only 2 this week.
Well, there's Sisu.
Oh no, there are 3. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So Sisu is up as its own cinephile. Great movie. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 went up just this morning, so that's exciting. If you did not catch our episode last week, you can now catch it as a cinephile. And look, today, guys, we're talking about Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade and Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. If you're wondering, hey, wait, I missed when you guys talked about the first 2 films. No, you didn't, because that's a cinephile. That is a cinephile that is up right now. You can go check it out. If you have not listened to that before you're here, maybe do so. I mean, look, it's Indiana Jones. Who hasn't seen Indiana Jones? So you can.
I haven't seen Indiana. I'm lying. Of course, I've seen Indiana Jones.
Ben is no longer allowed on this podcast.
Bye, Brandon. Have a wonderful time.
Bye.
Find another co-host.
And of course, that is a cinephile that you can check out, linked below in the description. I love Indiana Jones, and I'm sad there's only 4 movies because we're done soon. Well, there's a 5th one coming, so that's exciting.
That is exciting.
4 movies? I thought that we're only talking about Last Crusade today, right?
Well, anyway, so there's
That's
also
all of the indie movies up to now.
yeah,
We
totally.
do not speak of 2009.
8. We do
8.
not speak of 2008.
Oh, frack. That's yeah. I remember. Never mind.
Right. So can't wait to talk about it. My conversation episode that came up last week, that is also in the description below still. That is with Kyle Andry of the Dragon Ball Super Dope podcast. I had a great conversation with him. I really enjoyed doing that podcast. It's up now for you all to enjoy. Or if you haven't, if you have listened to it, then you know who my next guest is. So this week, the third episode of Conversation Season 2 will be with Sean Ferrick, which is very exciting if you're a Star Trek fan, because Sean Ferrick is a big big kind of personality in the Star Trek fandom. He does Trek culture and what culture and who culture, also the Clone Star podcast. I was very excited to get him to do the show. I caught him when he broke his leg, so he was willing to do the podcast with me. So I'm sorry you broke your leg, but I'm happy you were able to do the show.
I mean, if you think about it, that's actually the best time to do a podcast. I mean, what is he gonna do? Get up and walk around?
True. So that's a lot of fun. I can't wait for you guys to listen to that one.
Can't wait to listen to it, bud.
Has either of you listened to the conversation episodes?
I started.
You already know that I have.
Well, no, I know. I did you finish episode 2?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you like it?
Yeah.
Cool.
I was like 10 minutes from the end when we talked last time about it.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, totally. Ben?
Yeah, I was for
Make
some
an excuse?
reason my podcasting app started me on episode 2, not episode 1, but I was listening to it for about 10 or so minutes and until I got home, so I just need to start listening to it again.
That's exciting. Well, anyway, Ben, it's your turn, because there are 2 links in the description for in relation to you, which is one is your Grayson Live episode. You're done with Mega Man, right?
Actually no, not we. I beat Mega Man X4. I was one playing it. Well, we beat it because Grayson was helping me with those. Speaking of Grayson, he's in the chat. Hi, Grayson. Hello, bud. Mister, I just bought my copy of Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Nice. I got my copy today too. I still need to install it. I think I'm gonna ask my white fiance to do that in a bit, but we'll.
All right, real quickly. I know you were just about to say wife, and so you said fiance. It sounded like you said my white fiance to do it.
It did sound like that, Ben.
You want to know the scarier part? This isn't the first time I accidentally called her my wife when she wasn't my wife yet.
That's not the scary part. The scary part is that you called her white. She's not white, Ben.
No, she's not. She's not. Anyways,
Brandon's never ever slipped up like that before, friends.
Never.
In all of the 327 episodes of the podcast, you will never find a slip up like that.
I am a
criticize
saint.
away, McClure. Criticize away.
I am a saint.
Yeah, even Grayson's in the chat's like, yeah, what did you say? But well, anyway, as I was going to say, I should probably message my fiance about installing Jedi Survivor. So once we're done, I could maybe get some time in before I have to go to bed. But yeah, Grayson Live, he and I were playing Mega Man X4. We beat it. It's done. It's over. Are we going to get together? Of course. Am I taking a break? Of course. But yeah, I beat Sigma. We beat my favorite Mega Man X game. The whole saga is up there. Go ahead, take a watch. Grayson's playing God of War right now. Highly recommend watching that. No, he's not only playing God of War, he's also playing Jedi Fallen Order. So if you need a little bit of a catch-up or you want to watch someone else play it through Fallen Order, go follow him or go watch him because he's doing that stuff right now in case you just want a little story update. And
your last link is the latest episode of D&D Dark.
Yes, it is. So we finished with Ankh Moon, and now we're getting to some Frankenstein nonsense. We're starting my arc, baby. Oh, it's gonna get spicy down the line. I can't wait for you guys to listen to the next episode. But this episode's still good because we talk feelings, and we also learned a few things about Imhotep, which we're starting to get very scared now as a party, except for Daniel, who plays Imhotep, because he knows what he wants to do, but the rest of us are kind of like, How you doing there, bud? How's the tiger poster? It's not a tiger poster anymore, and that concerns us. It still
Can
concerns
I
us.
can I say one of my favorite things from the episode was actually last week's episode,
Mm.
not this past week, but the week before, where I guess I've been thinking about this for a long time. Where Dan has this moment where he, Dan, your dungeon master,
Our dungeon master, yes.
where he has this moment where in the middle of you guys talking to Moon, he just goes, "Don't mind me, just gonna roll the d20," and everyone's like, "Hang on, we're minding what?" That
Yeah.
was very funny.
There is a reason why there is merchandise and like t-shirts, mugs, and a whole bunch of other things that have the phrase, if the DM is smiling, it's already too late. You just know some bad shit is about to happen when the DM rolls some dice, they start smiling. Oh, you know shit's about to hit the fan in one way, shape, or form, because it's never a good sign with the DM. And the worst part is, since we record D and Dark over Discord, we can't see each other's facial expressions, so we don't know when our DM is smiling or not. So when we hear Dan say, "I'm just going to roll a D100," all of us just say, "Pause. What do you mean you're rolling a D100? Why?"
Well, very good.
And
show.
since he's the dungeon master, he doesn't have to tell us jack squat.
But that show is still going on, and I'm really happy for you to have it. It's very funny. If you had not listened to D and Dark, I think I speak for everyone on this podcast, not just Ben, who's on it, that it is a worthwhile listen and that you should.
And as someone who is on it, I say, do it.
Don't
Listen
do
to
that,
us.
Sparks. The audio people can't see that you did that.
What do you do? I missed it.
He just went,
Man.
He's just messing. I know he likes the show. Right. So finally, on the links below is the WGA strike homepage. I said that I was going to leave that linked below, and I will. Maybe not for as long as the strike is going, because who knows how long that'll be, and I might forget. But for as long as I remember, that'll be there. So if you want more information about the strike, about the WGA strike, and things like that, please check it out. How you can support the strike, how you can support the writers. We all stand with the WGA. We are for this strike. We think this is a worthwhile fight. So we hope you do too.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Who wants to go first of the week?
I'll go.
Do it.
So my week this week, as you guys know, went back to work. Not a big fan of it. Had a friend's wedding. My old roommate, Jax, he got married this week, but unfortunately, I got sick again, and it sucked. And I hate getting sick because this was the type of sick where it hits me with a fever, chills. I'm just knocked on my ass. I don't want to move anywhere. I'm having those horrible reoccurring sick dreams where it's the same damn thing over and over and over again. That feels like it goes on for hours, but when you wake up, only an hour goes by. I went through that for like 3 days straight, and I was super upset about it because it involved me making the decision that I visit him because I haven't seen him in a while, and I had this really, really cute thing I got for him from Jurassic Valley that I've been dying to give to you, and I have to wait till you get back from Canada to give it to you. So, damn you, sickness.
Sorry.
Sounds like you're describing my Wednesday.
Oh yeah, yeah.
No, like literally my Wednesday.
No, because you were saying you got sick too, and it's just being sick, especially because I got sick right before my big Hawaii trip. Thankfully, I was fine during, and now I get back and I get hit with another one. I mean, once again, the big silver lining was I didn't have to go to work for another day. The bad news was I went to my friend's wedding and I was essentially suffering. I couldn't really enjoy his wedding, but it was still a beautiful wedding, beautiful venue. I'm just bummed I couldn't stay as long as I wanted to. Besides that, media-wise, video game-wise, obviously Tears of the Kingdom came out. I haven't gotten it. I did watch Sparks' sister-in-law play some of it when I went to go pick up my copy of Fallen of Jedi Survivor today. Looks gorgeous. Can't wait till I get my own copy in my hands. Really, I've been playing Mega Man Battle Network as a bit of a comfort game just to get through me being sick. But other than that, my house has fallen in love with the Owl House. My roommate started watching it about a week and a half ago. Now my fiance is watching it, and I'm watching it with her, and they absolutely love it. And it just makes me super excited because I remember when I was watching the show by myself, I didn't really know whether or not I should try and introduce them. I didn't know how they'd take it because while it's a Disney Channel show, it's still a kid show, but a very well done and very well made kid show. Or just a great show in general. Don't know why I call it a kid show. It's still a fantastic show, fantastic piece of television. They love it. It is fantastic. We just got to the big reveal of who Bellos really is, and it was so we're really deep in season 2, and I am just the whole time like I hear my fiance and our roommate talking about Owl House. I'm just sitting there going, I know all, but I must not spoil, because the revelations that come up, especially later on in season 2, which I'm going to keep quiet because my fiance just walked right in front of me, is in the room, so I got to be very careful what I say. It just makes me happy because it's just a show I fell in love with due to Sparks' recommendation. I absolutely adore the show. I will sing the praises of the Owl House on high now that the rest of my housemates are also in love with the show. It just makes me even happier. And I'm just glad to. It's a great excuse to rewatch the Owl House again, but also rewatch it with my family. So that has been very nice.
It's exciting.
Oh yeah, man, that's awesome.
Sparks, or Ben, are you done?
Oh yeah, that's pretty much my week.
Sparks, you want to go next?
Oh sure. Not to give too much more time to the weekly advertisements for D and Dark, but I'm caught up on the show. That's it. No, it's good. You should go listen to it. We say it every week. Go listen to Ben's other work and the work of other talented individuals. Oh, excuse me. Speaking of Jedi Survivor, sorry, sounds.
That's okay.
Speaking of Jedi Survivor, I played a fair chunk this week. Not as much as I would have liked to, but more than I got to the week before. So that's a plus. I'll mark that as a plus. I went to more than a single planet this week, so I'm gonna say yes.
Oh, that's good.
Good job. Great job. We love it. Speaking of video games, I played another game. I played a little bit of KO City with the boys up above me.
Didn't do that.
We did that.
We did that. Also, I played some more Fortnite too. Damn it.
It's okay. You don't have to bring everything up every time. I don't bring up everything I do.
Nah, but the KO City was fun bit though, because the three of us haven't played KO City together in a long time.
Yeah, I was really happy we got to.
Yeah, it was good. We've been recording our KO City sessions, so they will be up on Basement Arcade in the near future when I have enough time to actually put that together. But my dedicated focus editing that isn't timed release, this must be out kind of stuff is the real score because I'm behind.
Right.
So anyway, KO City, that was fun. Love playing with these guys. I started Sweet Tooth. When I say I started Sweet Tooth, I watched one episode of season 2, so I started Sweet Tooth.
I'm only at 2 episodes in.
How are you? What?
We stopped watching it for a minute.
I know, but then you were watching another episode the other day, and that's the only other time you've watched Sweet Tooth.
Yeah. Because we're also watching Doctor Who and Moon Girl and...
Okay. I get it. Yeah, one episode of Sweet Tooth. The show's just as good as it was last season. Very happy about it.
Yeah.
Yellow Jackets. You've heard Ryan talk about it.
Oh, you started it.
Now I'm on the journey as well with the rest of my household. We're 2 episodes in, but believe the hype.
That's awesome.
Believe the hype, my friends.
That's
it's
awesome.
very good. It's a great
really
cast.
Good.
Yeah. Then
what?
The only other major thing I did that I think is worth talking about even for a moment is I put a rather decent amount of hours into catching up on The Flash.
Oh, really?
Yes, I didn't finish the previous season. I've talked about this before. I was catching up and then I kind of dropped off. Well, I finished the previous season this week. I haven't started this season. At this point, I've decided I don't want to deal with the CW app with commercials and everything. So I'm just going to wait for this season to end, which is 2 weeks, and then go to Netflix. And then I will watch this last season of The Flash without commercials.
Right, makes sense.
But so I finished the previous season. So now I'm all caught up on the Arrowverse, aside from having finished Black Lightning, which I didn't do. But otherwise, I'm there.
Oh no.
Oh boy, guys. That show used to be so good.
I was watching a clip. Earlier of Savitar, I think. Or no, it was season 2. It was the evil Jay Garrick. And I was watching that. I was like, oh shit! And like they were doing they were like running and things. I was really excited. I was like, oh shit! Right? Yeah. Damn. That's pretty good.
I remember those were the good old days.
I mean, Gorilla Grodd fought King Shark, and it looked awesome.
It did.
I do want to acknowledge real quick, Mag, in the chat. Finally watched the first 2 Rambo movies. I've never seen those, so good on you.
I've never seen them
and watched MK Snowblind. We're actually 2 behind on the Mortal Kombats. We do need to catch up on them. That'll be happening probably sometime this year. It's on my list.
I'm 1 behind. I've watched the Battle of the Realms.
You son of a bitch.
Sorry, I liked it.
You son of a bitch. Happy Mother's Day. And the other thing that I'll bring up is what Mag said, the Unicorn Warriors Eternal. I almost watched that this week, but I did not. But I do want to. I want to get on that.
Me too.
For those who need a reminder, that's the new Tartakovsky series.
Right.
Okay. Anyway, back to the Flash. Okay. All I really want to, I don't need to turn this into a whole thing. The only thing I really want to focus on is 2 things. First is, the Diggle thing, right? The won't he be a Green Lantern?
Mm-hmm.
They resolved it last season in the Flash. We find out that he's been spending the past 2 years in their canon since Oliver died, trying to get the box open again, because the first time he wasn't ready for it, but he can't ignore the voices inside. And so he goes to Eobard Thawne, of all people, the Harrison Wells Eobard Thawne, who doesn't have his speed anymore because Barry took it and robbed him of being the negative Speed Force avatar, which is actually turns out to be like the whole crux of what's going on that season. Blah, 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 blah. But he's on Lian Yu in a secure facility. And so Diggle goes there and he's like, I think you might be the only one who can help me get this box open. And Eobard's like, okay, as long as I get to know what's inside. And he's like, yes, great, help me. And so in doing that speech, Diggle gives this whole thing where he's like, I've avoided my family for the past 2 years. I haven't seen them as much. I've been away from home. I've been doing da-da-da-da-da as I've adventured from every show for a single episode on this arc of trying to get the box open, including Superman and Lois, I'll remind you, which is no longer Arrowverse canon because they don't know what they're doing over there, and they never did. After Crisis, everything became a mess.
Yeah. Wow.
So I say that all to say this. What do you guys think happened?
I saw this clip.
Well, okay, Brandon can't answer.
Yeah, I can't answer.
Then what do you think happened? Do you think he became a Green Lantern?
Part of me just wants to open a box and say, John Diggle of Earth, you have great will. Welcome to the Green Lantern Corps. I know that's not what they did. They did something really dumb. Tell me what they did.
Okay, so like he opens the box and like they show a bunch of different like very beautiful HD stock footage of the galaxy as Diggle is looking into it and contemplating his decision, and then he throws the box and he rejects it and it disappears, this cube, and he rejects it because he's like, the thing I really need to do is be with my family, and I can't do what this box is asking me to do and be with my family. Now there's 2 things about that. One, they never even actually show that it's a Green Lantern ring. They never even directly connotate the fact that it's Green Lantern. So the thing that's so stupid to me is that they spent years toying with the fans about John Diggle being a Green Lantern. And like, there's no question that's what they were going for, because there's one episode where someone from a different Earth encountered John during this whole thing and said, John, you're not wearing your ring.
Yep.
So we knew this was what they were trying to do. And they just like full tilt went, nah. I really thought, I was like, we're nearing the end of the Arrowverse. You could just, so here's the other ring. They did this because they thought the Flash might get canceled at this point. And so they wanted to tie this arc out because they knew it would be the end of the Arrowverse. and 2, because they still thought Justice U might be a thing. Both those thoughts were existing at the same time. So they had to prime him for Justice U. And John Diggle can't be a Green Lantern and do Justice U. And I was like, well, why were we ever even doing Justice U, guys? Like, what? Why? So that series that'll never exist, that's pretty much the main reason why they decided, that whole idea we were leading up to and playing with for 2 years in the show and like 4 years in production? Nah.
That's
so unbelievably stupid.
That actually upsets me. I mean, I thought the Arrowverse couldn't upset me anymore, but surprise, surprise, it did. All right, random question. Like when Diggle first when he opened the box the first time, was there this big blinding green light coming from it to fucking course there was.
That's still what it is, but you never see the ring.
It was the end of Crisis, right? Like when we first see the box.
Yeah.
Yeah, the box, he opens it and like this green light shows up, and I was like, "We did it, guys! He's gonna be Green Lantern."
Oh, she's just giving
whatever.
Okay, one last thing. This season was very stupid. When it got to its ending, I liked some stuff that was happening in the middle, but when we got to the end of it, like, first off, like Iris gets like abducted into the Still Force, and Barry and her father both are like. They have like a vague knowledge that she's at least okay wherever she is, but they can't find her. And they're like, that's fine. We'll just kind of focus on other things, aka go about life completely as usual until that rears its head again.
Interesting.
Which was me kind of being like, what's going on? Why have we spent 2 seasons where we've kind of written Iris out of the plot for like several episodes at a time?
She probably just doesn't want to be on it.
I think it's actually much more the opposite. That Candace Patton has been like a very strong, like I don't love her performance necessarily as Iris, but I would be lying to say that I don't admire her like activism for the diversity on the Arrowverse and the fact that she pushes for better representation of that. And I think she's gotten backlashed on that. I think the same thing happened with Javicia Leslie, and they've both had conversations about it online.
Interesting.
Neither here nor there right now, but like it's weird. So last season was kind of dumb, this whole representation of the forces, and like they ended up being the babies, not literally, but like they consider themselves the children of Barry and Iris at this point. I don't want to get into it. So there's the negative forces this version, like literally the thing that I thought was so bad about last season. Turns out at the end of the season, they're going to bring it back full force, have all those performers come back who played the forces, who I didn't care for very much the first time, except one of them, and now make them play bad versions of themselves because they're the negative force version of themselves. And so they're doing that, and they've been pulling the strings all season. Anyway, they have this whole plot because like Barry, this I don't mind as much what I'm about to say, but Barry used his abilities in the early part of the season to rob Eobard of the negative still force for good. So he had no more speed. Turns out he was the avatar of the negative still like speed force, so they were very upset about it, and they're like, we have to recreate our avatar. So the way that they do that, back all the way up. If you remember when I talked about Legends in its last season, I told you that the Captain Love from Mask of Zorro version of Eobard-Thon, the real face Eobard-Thon, his Flashpoint variant that had been battling the Legends had been eaten by a time wraith and then sent to a fixed point in time right before World War I to protect it, and became a good guy and then sacrificed himself. That all happened with the Legends. We did talk about this briefly when I was watching it because I thought it was cool. Turns out the time wraiths were so proud of him for sacrificing himself, they gave him a second chance at life. So he's been living for a year in Central City, falling in love with a woman. But the negative forces have been manipulating him, and they're going to bring back the proper Harrison Wells Eobard-Thon to full power through him as a conduit. So he literally Ultrons himself out of the Captain Love Eobard-Thon.
You're kidding me.
I'm not.
That's just stupid.
Okay, so he like rips off Captain Love Eobard's face, and the Harrison Wells face comes through, but already masked up.
Like a
sure.
like a xenomorph?
No, like Ultron, like
Ultron. Remember?
a better
Ultron?
me. Yeah.
Oh.
Like I said, they should do for Gideon and Thrawn.
Right. Okay. And like supposedly that's the last time we were ever going to get to see like the true Eobard. Except I know for a fact he's in this last season, so I'm like, I don't even know, guys. Whatever.
Remember Tom Felton was in that show?
I'm glad that man, wild. I'm glad that show's coming to a conclusion. I'm glad they didn't feel the need to drag it out to a 10th season. I truly hope they can stick something special in the landing, like something that really harkens back to like what was great about Flash in the get-go. I'm not confident about it, but it could happen.
Sure.
I do think like the kind of like it sounds to me from everything I've picked up from people who are watching it, because the last 4 episodes are all like 4-part finale, and it is a finale for the Flash, and we've kind of already done what was a finale for the Arrowverse because we've had people from the other shows show up and kind of do like a no, and it's over.
Yeah.
So that's your Arrowverse update, guys. Is
I have several questions, but at the same time, I know those questions are not going to get good answers, so I'm not going to bother asking them.
Don't worry about it.
I remain staunchant listeners and friends that the show you need to watch is Legends of Tomorrow. I'm very glad that it went around on Twitter trending.
I'm sorry. Can you guys? I'm sorry. Hold on. I'll be right back.
Ooh. Do we just like hold entirely or?
No, you keep going. I'll just be right back.
Oh, okay. Got you. Okay, listeners and friends, I remain staunchant. Legends of Tomorrow. Got to watch that show. It's worth it. It's weird. It's wacky. It's fun. You're gonna like it. The writer's strike has brought people out talking about the writing on Legends of Tomorrow in a positive way and being like, wait, this show turned into this? And I'm like, yes, absolutely, 100%. It's worth it. I don't know, Ben. Brandon left, and he's the one who's got to tell us about his week, so why don't you ask me a question?
Oh, God. Part of me just... Remember when the Arrowverse was good?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, like, if you're watching certain pockets, it stayed good, like Supergirl, Black Lightning, Legends got better kind of thing. But man, remember when the Flash was good?
Yeah.
Remember when everybody agreed the Flash was the best of them?
I do.
That just ain't true.
I remember, like, man, there was like such the Arrowverse or just like the DC shows in general were put in such high regard, and then just like dominoes, they just kept falling one after another. And not to say that they're still. I mean, once again, I haven't watched Superman and Lois. I've been wanting to.
Oh yeah, that's a great show, but technically not the Arrowverse anymore. So like
technically not the Arrowverse anymore. And I actually haven't wanted to catch up on Supergirl. I just feel like now, especially since they're network television shows, seeing that. I don't know if it's like Netflix or even HBO or other types of television that's ruined me, but when I see a 22 season runtime and each show or each episode is 45 plus minutes long, kind of turns me away now.
Can I say I'm the opposite?
Well, yes, you can. Real quick, that's the thing though, Ben. Like, Flash hasn't been a full 22 in the past 2 seasons, and then Black Lightning, Legends, and Superman and Lois, they've never been 22.
Yeah,
they're also the better shows.
Honestly, Ben, on that, I'm tired of these short run times because I actually don't think they use these streaming shows are using that real estate well anymore.
I think it depends on who you're talking about.
Oh, for sure. Like Star Trek Picard, I think could have easily been 2 more episodes and it would have been better. I think even Strange New Worlds, which is more of more of kind of a standalone episode, stories per episode, which is great. 10 episodes is far too short. I'm kind of getting to the point where like it's kind of what these writers are part of the demand. Part of these demands are like, we want guaranteed runtimes for these seasons, and I'm with them. Like this is it's kind of getting ridiculous. These short seasons, yeah, we're having a lot more budget. We're having bigger budget, shorter seasons. But there's just not a lot of these people can write these shorter seasons.
Well, and it's not a blanket rule, right? And like I get the writer's point. Like I'm not saying the 22 episode season should ever go away, but it does depend on the show we're talking about, right? Like Strange New Worlds and Superman and Lois can look as good as they do because they're able to bring their budget down to a select amount of episodes, and for those shows, looking good does matter. Yeah. And then there's other shows where like you can go out and it's not tilting on the budget as much to stretch your episodes out.
When Quantum Leap was Quantum Leap wasn't 20 episodes. It was like I think it was like 15, 16. But when it was like that, I was like, oh, thank God. Like I'm with you, man. I'm gonna Charge of Prodigy, 22 episodes. I was like, yes. Thank you.
I mean, yeah, we sorry, Ben. You have a thought, so get it out, please.
I probably should have specified because I remember when I was trying to get into Supergirl, and I saw like when Supergirl was first brought to Netflix, it was like, hey, first season is on Netflix, and I saw it was like a 22 episodes, and for some reason when I started watching, I was like, I just don't want to. When I was watching Supergirl, not to say that I thought it was a bad show, I'm just like, I don't want to put in the work because there were others. At the time when no, this was years ago. Things might have changed. If you were to have me watch Supergirl again, I might have changed my mind. But at the time, there was just other stuff on my watch list that I wanted to take priority of. That was, can I take? Would I rather tackle the shows that are shorter seasons but have more stuff, and then stick with one show for X amount of time?
Here's the issue, though. Here's the thing. It's not the season. It's not the season. It's the fact that, and we've talked about this. It's the reason why so many streaming shows are canceling so many shows. There's just too much. And so a 10 episode show, what you're talking about isn't the fault of a 22 episode show. If that's the only show on TV that you're watching, what do you care? But it's not. You're watching 15 other TV shows at the same time. And that's the real problem, is that there's way too much out there. We're inundated with content all the time. Last year, the last 2 years, there was a Marvel show almost every single week.
Yep.
And that's an issue. That's the issue, in my opinion. It might not be your issue, but that's my issue, is that there's just too much out there that is taking away time from everything else. It's why so many Netflix shows are being canceled, because Netflix isn't putting in the marketing, because what do they care? Next week they got something else coming out that costs just as much, if not more. Right.
I don't know if that statement, I think there's an amount of right to everything that you guys have said, but like, it's not one size doesn't fit all here.
Yeah.
It depends on the network. It depends on the streamer. It depends on the studio. It depends on the genre of television. Like nothing on HBO falls under what we're talking about.
Sure.
That's entirely different. Like that doesn't even, the streamers might have been born out of the HBO model, but HBO is pre that, and everything they do works. As far as their network, it works. Yeah. So like, it really depends on who's running the house, what the goal is, that kind of thing. Like there's a lot of levels to this. What I will say real quick, because we're talking about, writers, 22 episode seasons, the problem that I've encountered with the Arrowverse shows, because I have watched almost all of the 713 episodes that there are in the Arrowverse. Because I have done that, what I'll say is the problem with the Flash and Arrow specifically, and I'm a person who likes Smallville a lot, and won't say that Smallville misses out on these problems, but I think Arrow and Flash had it worse. In the later seasons, part of the problem, this is also answering your question, Grayson, is that the writers changed so frequently in the second half that I don't think that they ever really kept track of when they were repeating character beats or character arcs. So while you might have changed like the specifics, like the names and the circumstances, the general idea of what the characters are going through, we've seen it before with specifically these characters. Right. And it's even worse if you're watching all the shows, because then you've really seen it before, because they're doing some of the same things at different points in time.
Right.
But when you have the writers changing so frequently in the back half, this isn't a knock on them entirely. I don't blame them for this. They're not, if they're coming in that short and then swapping out that quick, it's not their job to know every detail of the show. Mm-hmm. But it is a noticeable problem that I saw happening a lot, and I see it this last season that I just watched of The Flash, where I'm like, we've done this before. This character might not be named Cisco, but we've done this story with Cisco, and now we're doing it with the guy who's in the new Cisco role, but his name isn't Cisco. And I'm like, we've done this. And when you start feeling like you're just kind of spinning the wheels and repeating things, it gets really hard to stay invested.
Right. That's a good point. All right. Anything else?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mag.
What
What am I going to
And
do
you
with
have
all
to-
this knowledge? It's 713 episodes, Mag. I've wasted my life.
Ben, I am not seeing the comment section today at all, so you need to be on it.
Here's Mags. You're really going in deep with the Arrowverse.
Yeah.
Grayson's question was just about the Flash. Did the series just go for too long? It sounds like they ran out of ideas.
All right. Anything else, Sparks?
God, no.
All right. I finished Jedi Survivor. Not 100%. I've still got plenty more to do. One of the things that I will say about this game is that they really amped up the post-game stuff, which is great. Like when you're done with the story, there's still plenty more to explore, and I really like that. I'll say that I'm a little disappointed in the story, though. I don't think the story is as solid as it should be, and it's not as solid as everyone thinks it is. I had some grievances. Most notably, is it's incredibly short. If I can beat your game in a week, I'm not a gamer. It's short. But outside of that, it's very fun. I love the gameplay. I love the customization options. In many ways, it is a drastic improvement from the first game. And I'll leave the rest of my thoughts for whenever we get to a review.
I was about to say, don't give away the whole feast right here.
No, I will. I've got notes for the review, so whenever that happens,
we will do that. What going on Jedi Survivor? There is one encounter I'm actually very much looking forward to, and is it a spoiler? It's just become a meme on the internet.
Which one?
It involves a door technician.
Oh yeah, don't say.
Yeah. Brandon, because you're complimenting the post game, I just want to ask how much side quest journeying you did going through the story. Did you just skip it all entirely?
No, I did a fair amount.
Okay.
I will say that it wasn't as spaced out as. There's a reason why, and it's not because the story was so compelling. But I did leave a fair amount to the end of the game. So I'm putting that. I'm not knocking that. Like that was a choice that I made to just kind of go through the story as much as I could. But of course, I did do stuff, side quests and things like that throughout the game.
Sure, I was just curious because like I'm definitely like figuring out as I'm playing Jedi Survivor how many times I want to go down an avenue and how many times I want to just move forward.
Yeah, there's a specific reason that I don't want to get into because you're so early in the game and a lot of people haven't finished it that I decided that I went through so much of the story, but I can't say it right now because it's kind of
sure.
Oh, I forgot to mention I had a little bit of a show and tell real quickly. As you guys know, I do, and I want to say this because as you guys know, I've been doing for about a year and a half, maybe longer, most definitely longer actually, doing Fake Nerds Watch Star Trek episodes with my friend of the show, Cookie from Just a Little Podcast. He had to step away from podcasting because he is having a child. Once again, congratulations. But he sent me a gift as a thank you. For allowing him to be on the show, be on this family, and I just wanted to say thank you publicly. It is very bright, but it is a Star Trek Deep Space Nine #1 from Malibu Comics. So it's an oldie, gold cover. It's beautiful. I love it. I love Star Trek Deep Space Nine. It's my favorite Star Trek show. Thank you, Cookie. You are missed already. I miss doing that show with him greatly.
That's awesome.
That is awesome.
Cookies always in our hearts one way or another.
It's true. So yes, once again, thank you, Cookie. I really miss doing Star Trek Picard with him. That was a lot of fun.
Cookie will be back one day. Everything comes back. Nothing's ever really over.
I watched Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret. Which is which stars the young girl who played Cassie Lang in the first two
Abby Ryder Forston.
Really fun, really funny. such a unique experience for me, having grown up with, you know, some really great, like, what, Ben, you can't just bring it up, you have to read what it says.
No, that was Sparks.
I did it. I
Oh.
was waiting to get your attention at a good moment. I just wanted you to know that Mag gave you a Vulcan hand sign.
Oh, thank you, Mag. It's we grew up with coming of age stories. Most coming of age stories, if not all, are very male centered. Even the ones that have a female main character often have prominent male love interests who are co-leads, if not male mentor figures for men to kind of latch onto, and not so. And and a lot of them are directed by men, so they have kind of a male skew to them. This film, what's so wonderful about Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret. And this is not unique to this film. I'm sure there are other coming of age stories that I've not seen. I know the director of this film did Edge of 17. I have not yet seen that. I found it so interesting because this has no male viewpoint at all. This is a primarily, this is coming from the view of a woman coming of age story, of a little girl coming of age, and it's incredibly refreshing and it's incredibly funny. And even though, like, I'll admit, it's not for me. It's not for men, I don't think. But if you open yourself to it, there's a lot to love about it. A new perspective that you didn't have growing up, and a new way of looking at things that I really liked. It just so happens I did find a lot of it relatable because her parents are Jewish and Christian. It's a Jewish father and a Christian mother. Mine is reverse. So I did find that. I found that part of the story relatable. So really good. I really liked it.
It's good.
And then finally, I'll talk about Your Name, which is Your Name, period. This is not the latest film. This is a couple of years ago. The director who recently came out with Suzumi, I'm blanking on his name right now.
Makoto Shinkai, isn't it?
But yeah, that's it, Makoto Shinkai. He directed Suzumi this past year, which is an incredible movie. Is my favorite movie of the year, most likely. I adore it. I love it. A couple of years ago, he made waves with Your Name. And so I finally watched that, and I'm going to watch Weathering with You, which is the film he did after that. It's incredible. I love him. I'm really, really into this director right now. Like I love these fantastical slice of life stories, which are just on surface level, like boy meets girl, girl meets boy. They kind of like each other. Oh, boy has to save the world from a giant worm. It's like soup. It's like these slice of life like stories about these two people, and then there's a giant cosmic thing that is happening to them at the same time, and it's really fun and it's really good. And by the end, you're just sobbing because they're just so beautiful, and the animation is gorgeous, and it's just this one. I cannot gush about it enough. It's so good. This movie came out in 2017. Many people saw it because it did really well in theaters. So if you have seen it, then it is a great, great movie, and I'm so happy I finally got a chance to see it.
Yeah, it's not been a secret that these movies are quite popular. But yeah. I'm glad you're coming to them.
Me too. Yeah. I'm really excited to watch Weathering with You now. Literally, what happened was I need a good cry. What am I gonna do? I want to watch a movie where I need a good cry, and I put on Your Name.
Weathering with You will also do that because I saw that in a theater with a friend of mine, and when I say yikes, I don't mean in the bad way. I mean it will give you the feels.
It's the kind of cry that where like Paddington 2 makes you cry. Like Paddington 2 makes you cry not because Paddington gets shot in the head. It makes you cry because it's wholesome and sweet and touching, and you've been living in this emotion, and when it finally comes to a swell, you can't hold it in anymore. And the two strongest emotions that we have are intense laughter and crying. And when you feel one of those two, oftentimes it comes out as tears, and that's what this guy taps into, which I think is really good.
Yeah, Grayson agrees. It's the wholesome kind of cry.
Yes, it's the wholesome kind of cry. Exactly. That's my week, though. I got nothing else. Shall we go into our bread and butter then?
I believe we shall bring Babs out. Oh, look at that. Max in the chat saying, I believe he was fortunate to meet director Makoto Shinkai during the Animation Film Festival years ago. Nice.
Oh, very cool. I have made, if you can see in the corner.
Oh my god, that's aw.
A little Babs to join us on our bread and butter journey.
Oh.
All right. So, an update on the writer's strike. Nothing's happened. Well, I mean, things have happened. Obviously, we're talking about it, but like nothing. Like it's looking like we're in this for the long haul. But a number of productions have shut down this week. Most specifically, Daredevil Born Again shut down. Awesome, happy about that. Star Trek: Strange New World Season 3 shut down. That's okay. Only slightly sad that we're at this. I'm not sad at the writers for doing it because I'm with you. I'm in solidarity. I'm sad that the studios forced this to happen. Star Wars Andor Season 2 did not shut down production. However, last week we heard Tony Gilroy was still on set performing his hyphenated duties. He is not anymore. He has stepped away from production altogether after a kind of there was like big showrunner meeting where just the showrunners, part of the WGA, had, and he was approached about him staying on, and many of the showrunners were approached about staying on at doing their hyphenated producing duties, and they all decided to. And so when Tony Gilroy had this discussion, he left production. So good on him. Mike Flanagan's The Dark Tower. Sparks, what were you going to say?
Oh, no, sorry. That was an accidental click.
Oh, okay. Mike Flanagan's The Dark Tower did not start, hasn't started filming, but they finally cracked the story a day before the writer's strike happened. And Mike Flanagan's like, well, you're not getting our scripts. So that's fun. The Last of Us Season 3, Season 2 has paused. It wasn't filming, it was casting, but they're not doing anything until they can get the deal. And Seth MacFarlane has shut down both American Dad and Family Guy.
That's a big one.
That's huge.
Right. It's really important because, like, I know you guys know this, but I'm saying it for anyone who's listening who might not. Like, the writers with the WGA do not cover the writers in animation. So this is an act of solidarity. The fact that the writing staffs from these shows are stopping. And this is further, like, very much pushing, like, I'm hoping we're going to see the animation writers be able to do something after this is settled. Because, Lord, their situation has long been worse.
Oh, yeah. They need
now, granted, like, the live action writing is a much larger industry, but it doesn't change the fact that the animation writers need their help, too.
Well, we're looking at the DGA and the SAG, SAG. They're not SAG. The Actors Guild and the Directors Guild, whatever the
yes, Screen Actors Guild, SAG.
Screen Actors Guild, right? So SAG. So SAG and the DGA, their contracts are coming up soon too, and we could start seeing a multiple strike happen.
General strike.
Yeah,
Mandy Patinkin was out there and said general strike.
He did, and I agree. Honestly,
I agree too.
Honestly, like, yeah, this is bad for everyone. It's just not. These tech companies that have come into the studio space have just ruined the system for these people, and it needs to be fixed. There's been some cancellations. Now, none of this is due to the writer's strike. We're out of the writer's strike segment. This is just kind of general TV stuff. None of this is due to the writer's strike. It's very important to say so because what happened was the CW was bought by another company. Yes, Sparks.
I wanted to, before we leave the writer completely behind, say, like, you
sure.
went through a list of productions that were shut down. I just wanted to say, like, it's great that it's those productions. These are big names. This is going to put more pressure. And that's really what we want. We all want more pressure on the studio so that they come to the table with actual negotiations faster.
Right. I mean, the thing is, like, strikes are supposed to be disruptive. That's the point of a strike, is to be disruptive.
Right. And when you are, they've been hoping they can ride on the coattails of, we've got things in the can for a while. And that's how they're hoping to outlast the writers. Like, they've been pretty public that's their, Zaslav especially has been out there, like, pretty confident that they can get away with that. But when you're putting House of the Dragons next season, or Daredevil Born Again, these big things in jeopardy, then the conversation starts to get a little more closer to happening.
I agree. It'd be interesting to see. So the CW, back to what I was saying, the CW was bought by another company. It was no longer co-owned by WB and CBS. And they want to make the CW, the new company, I forget what they're called, Nexstar, I think?
Something like that.
Yeah. They want to make the CW profitable. The CW has been operating at a loss for a very long time. They sell, Warner Brothers and CBS sold shows to the CW for cheap. And it had nothing to do with the budget. It's just that was just the deal that they made with CW, is that these shows would be able to operate at a loss. So the network wants to get profitable. The new channel wants to get the CW profitable. In order to do so, they're going to focus more on unscripted and lower cost scripted programming, primarily international acquisitions and / co-productions, which basically means they're going to pay peanuts for whatever they can.
Which we've heard before. We heard this when they got bought, and we knew that, like, the WB was losing most of its control over CW.
Yeah.
We knew this was coming.
Yeah. Off the back of this, a couple of things have been canceled. Kung Fu, the Walker,
Walker.
The Walker, not the Walker Texas Ranger got renewed, sorry, Walker, but the prequel series got canceled.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, so the Winchesters was canceled.
Mm-hmm.
However, Jensen Ackles has launched # Save the Winchesters, and WB is looking for a new home for it.
Jensen Ackles seems like such a smart, talented guy. I don't know why he wants to stay locked to this franchise that has long overstayed its welcome.
Maybe he's scared. Well, didn't they like? Isn't it like
he's
a
in
new
the
universe?
Boys.
I know, but isn't like the Winchesters in a new universe?
Man, I don't even want to get into it. I just did Arrowverse shit. I can't do this.
Because there was an episode floating around where Jensen Ackles met his parents.
I said I can't do this.
Anyway, so the Winchesters is canceled. WB is going to try to sell it somewhere else. Superman and Lois and Gotham Knights are in question, but Gotham Knights might actually get renewed because it's dirt cheap to produce.
I can't believe that Gotham Knights got enough of a viewership that they were going to keep it on. But whatever, I don't care.
That show's popular.
I don't care.
Like, I was shocked. People like that show.
People are allowed to have terrible taste sometimes. That's fine.
If Superman and Lois does get canceled, it's likely that HBO Max will just take it.
I figured so.
Yeah.
At least for last season. But we also heard a while back that it was probably getting sunset for one more season, and then that's it.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised. Like, I'm sure it will get one last season, whether that's with CW or not, and that'll be it.
Of the two DC shows, Superman and Lois and Gotham Knights, Superman and Lois is the more expensive one. It's very expensive to produce. So.
Obviously, it looks incredible.
Yeah. So they it would probably benefit them for HBO Max just to take it.
Mm-hmm.
Netflix canceled the show called Lockwood and Company, and I only want to bring this up because this kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier. So Lockwood and Company is a show that Joe Cornish created, which is based off a book series. He directed it. He created it. He put it up on Netflix, and Netflix canceled it after one season, despite doing very well in viewership and getting incredible reviews. Now, I want to ask the two of you. Sparks, I think probably would have heard of it, but did either of you hear of the show?
Yes, I've heard of it.
So that's kind of the thing where like it goes back to like Netflix. There's a serious problem with how Netflix produces their shows. They put in a lot of money into these shows. They don't market it hardly ever, if at all, and they cancel them after a week. I don't understand that business model.
Like this is all wrapped up in the same thing that the writers are mainly like a big problem that they're highlighting, and why they have to do the strike and everything is because Netflix doesn't share its data, and because Netflix never shared its data, everybody else went, we don't have to share our data.
Yeah.
And that causes a lot of questions because like the viewership is high, that the popularity is there, so like what is the it could be something even along the lines of like something as stupid as remember why Swamp Thing got canceled way back when? It was because where they were filming, they were given the wrong number for the tax rebate they were going to get for filming there, and when they found out that it was like a $30 million difference, they canceled the show immediately.
Right.
And that's the only reason. Swamp Thing hadn't even aired. Like they canceled it. Or like it had aired a single episode. I don't remember, but I remember it was one of those two things. It was just getting going, and they canceled it, and that was the only reason. And there could be. I'm not saying this is every Netflix cancellation, but sometimes it can be something that's stupid, right?
Right.
Like we don't know and we don't have the data, so we can't understand. But it is confusing when shows we know are popular and that Netflix lauds and that get Emmy nominations. This is the same thing we talked about with oh god, I just watched the show and talked about it like week after week. The baseball one.
Oh, Major League.
League of Their Own.
Thank you.
League of Their Own.
League of Their Own. This is the same thing with League of Their Own, right? Where they're like, why is this getting canceled? Because that doesn't really make sense with the, like what are the viewership numbers on this? But like it's getting huge, popular like responses critically that Amazon is sharing and toting around, and Emmy nominations that Amazon totes around and then canned. That doesn't.
And then
make sense.
Was this rumor that it was focus groups that said they didn't like it?
Yeah, I don't know how substantiated that is.
Right.
I think that is a big part of it, but like again, who knows, right? But like these things don't add up with the like product that you put out there, and so like
you look at something like recently Sandman fought for renewal, and Sandman was number one for 3 weeks. And that was a huge, expensive show to produce and license from Warner Brothers. And Netflix dragged their feet on that renewal, and it looked like it was going to get canceled before it did get renewed.
It's long been a problem in the industry when you are trapped in a way where being the most successful thing on the platform still isn't good enough. It's not safety. It's not a guarantee of success.
Yeah. Well, hopefully this writer's strike allows this sort of thing to change. This kind of goes back to Babysitter's Club also, which I wrote an article about. Babysitter's Club did incredibly well, super cheap to produce. Why was it canceled? Mm-hmm. We don't know. So anyway, comics. Even while there was a writer's strike going on, comic books still continue. Those
are different writers.
They are
in some regards. Well, some
comic book writers are the WGA,
right? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Jean Grey is getting a new comic series, a new ongoing comic book series, part of the Fall of X. This is going to be a solo comic book series written by Louise Simonson with art by Bernard Chang. And it's going to be so the quick synopsis is: throughout this period of turmoil, Jean Grey, the heart of the X-Men, holds the key to rescue mutant kind. Sorry, excuse me. But first, she'll need to go on a journey alone into the darkest periods of her history. It's basically what it's about. Either say anything more would kind of spoil what's going on in X-Men right now.
Right. I wish Ryan were here to talk about it, but I'm happy about it. This is good
Yeah.
stuff. Good X-Men.
This is
Keep
also
on doing it.
this is also one for Ryan. Which is Captain America finale is coming. Jackson Lansing and Colin Kelly, who have been writing one of the ongoing Captain America ones, Captain America series, are going to end their run. So Captain America is coming to an end after the Cold War event wraps up, and this one shot comes out. And this will be out in August. So yeah, that's that.
So it's the end of this era, but not the end of their run with Captain America. They're apparently still doing more with the character.
Well, they said we're saying goodbye to Captain America.
Yeah.
So they said it in the press release that I read from Marvel, because I read this thing twice because I wasn't sure, because you're right, it wasn't clear the initial announcement, but the press release is pretty definitive that this is their swan song. They're not going to keep writing this title.
Interesting. I've seen different things on Twitter, so I don't know.
So I don't know. So like I like, you're right. Like they even said, like Jackson Lansing even said, like, I'm sad to say goodbye to Captain America and blah blah blah, which could mean they're transitioning to another character, could mean they're transitioning to another. They were just announced they are going to be doing another book though for Marvel. Thor. Oh, it sounds like they're doing Thor. So maybe they're moving from Captain America to Thor.
Yeah, by all accounts, this has been a really strong run. So
yeah, so we'll see. That'll be out in August. Trinity. To wrap up the comic book news with Trinity, written by Tom King with art by Daniel Sampier. If you recognize that is the team who is taking over the Wonder Woman ongoing comic, starting with Wonder Woman number 800. Their story in Wonder Woman number 800 will introduce Diana's daughter from 20 years in the future, called Trinity.
I won't lie. When I saw the Trinity bit, I didn't read anything past that until I did, because my first thought was like, wait, Trinity written by Tom King? Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman book? Hell yeah, let's go. Oh, never mind. Still looks good. Still sounds good though. I mean, Tom King hasn't really missed. I mean, to be honest, I haven't read a lot of Tom King in a long time.
Well, basically this will be an important character going forward in their Wonder Woman run.
Nice.
So people are pretty mixed on it, because the Wonder Woman has been given a child before, and apparently the other Wonder Woman characters are meant to play a role in Tom King's run. So that's cool.
Wait, Wonder Woman had a kid before?
There's been a few times where they've introduced like a kid for Wonder Woman. Those characters never last though. So, I think at one point Donna Troy was supposed to be her actual kid, but then they retconned that, or the other way. I don't remember how that went.
The only one that comes to my mind is Jonathan, but that comes out of the Kingdom Come universe.
Yeah. So, there are various moments in Wonder Woman history where she has been given a kid, but again, it never lasts, and it's never a long thing, and oftentimes the kid either doesn't make it or is revealed not to actually be her kid.
Right. Okay.
So that's happened before. But yeah, sure. Yeah, that'd be cool. Streaming news. A lot of streaming talk today.
Holy crap, you're right.
Disney Plus.
Oh boy.
Had a big news. Are you looking at my sheet? Maybe. Oh my god. All right, Disney Plus. I feel like I just caught you cheating off my work. Disney is going to create. I forgot about this. All right, so Disney is going to create a quote one app experience. This comes from the Q2 earnings call, and sounds like, because this isn't clear, no one's clear at what the hell this is. It sounds like they will continue to offer Hulu, Disney Plus, and ESPN as 3 separate streaming platforms. But they will also allow they will also collect Hulu and ESPN content on Disney Plus. So you'll have one. Oh, I think I just got it. I think it's, if you have purchased the bundle, you don't have to go through different apps anymore. You can just go to Disney Plus.
Now that makes sense.
That's what this sounds like.
I believe it's even a little more complicated, possibly, that if you purchase a bundle, you will have a separate app that you are logging into that
Oh,
combines them. But the UI for this might not be as complicated as we think, because it's important to remember that internationally, Disney Plus has a lot of Hulu stuff.
right.
And because there's the star or whatever it is that stands in for Hulu, because Hulu's very, very American.
Yeah.
But all these shows, how they get out internationally. So I think that it's like kind of blending the UI that exists for that.
Right. That's a good point. This also comes up that they are still debating whether or not they're going to purchase Comcast stake in Hulu. So if you remember a long time ago, before Disney bought everything, Hulu was owned by 4 companies: Fox, Disney, Universal, and Comcast. And when Disney bought Fox, they acquired the share, and so they owned 50%, basically a little bit more. And then not Comcast, Warner Brothers sold their share to Disney, so they owned the majority of Hulu. And Comcast made a deal that said, we will sell it to you at this in January 2024 when our contract is up, but you have to allow us to keep putting stuff on there until then. Disney at this point is not sure if they're going to do that, though. So it sounds like, and they can't shut down Hulu, which also I think was something that Bob Iger mentioned he might do, if they don't do that. So we'll see where that goes.
I mean, having one place where if you have the bundle, and if you have like everything in all one app, that is actually the easiest way to go if you think about it. Like if you do
Sure.
have the bundle. If you do,
I mean, I don't have Hulu for Disney stuff.
Only if the UI is functional enough, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Because like Disney Plus is a very well designed app as it is. Hulu's not bad. It's not my favorite, but it's not bad. And ESPN is fine. It could be better, if I'm being honest. I don't want to talk about sports.
Are you kidding me? It's the Stanley Cup playoffs right now. I would love to talk about it.
No. But if the UI isn't like clean and well suited, like, everything being, it is nice to have all your Disney, like your very focused Disney stuff. It's very easy to just like let kids hop on, right? Especially here in the States. It's like you're not going to run into anything too racy. Like, yes, some of the Fox properties are on there, but like you can handle it. Like you can manage what you're doing. You get all the Hulu stuff in there. Like you're going to have like Handmaid's Tale and all that kind of stuff. Like it becomes a whole different conversation when it's all accessed from the same app. Now, obviously there are built-in parental controls and everything, but like it's all about how clean and sophisticated is the UI.
Yeah. Mag is in the chat saying he's only worried about the ads on Hulu.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a good point. Disney Plus has implemented ads as well. And this actually, nice segue, Disney Plus will actually raise their ad-free tier, the price of their ad-free tier soon. Currently it sits at $10.99, up from $7.99, I believe it was when it first launched.
$6.99, I think.
$6.99. So $6.99. Now it's $10.99, and they're going to raise it again by the end of this year. So
God,
that's cool.
Look, I understand that's frustrating. Here's the thing: I always go back to, like, ad revenue is so important for these studios. It just is. I'm like, it's great that, like. Here's the thing, though. I understand that it sucks that it gets more expensive. At least they are still offering an ad-free option, because that's the important thing. Because like I still would prefer to live in this version where I get to have like optimized selection of things that I actually want to pay for and use, rather than buying a like $150 bundle with about half the channels that I don't want and then half the channels that I do, and having to like make some like $10 extra deal for like HBO and Showtime and whatever.
That's a good point.
Like and doing all that and then having to pay like another $25 to get it all ad free. It's just like, I get it. It is frustrating. It's frustrating because you have to be selective, right? And like think about what are you really willing to spend money on. I still think that like we have more control in this situation. The consumer gets to have more control of where they put their money and why they're putting their money behind what they are. I prefer it.
Do you guys remember TiVo?
Yes.
Who doesn't? Of course.
Just to talk about advertisements just makes me remember the commercials for TiVo. about how, yes, it was an advertisement, but one of the biggest draws of TV was like you get to skip the commercials.
Because
Everyone
this is the thing is like the services get the money from putting the ads on there. It doesn't matter if you watch it or not.
True. Oh, they canceled True Lies, by the way. Not Netflix. This isn't a streaming thing. I just remembered that I read that they canceled True Lies, and I'm like, this show sucked.
One more thing, Mag is also in the chat saying,
I was doing it too. I was doing it at the same time. Sorry.
Mag says, I can support it if they can manage ad breaks the right time between scenes in movies or episodes.
That's usually not. That's another advantage of like streaming. Sorry, real quick, Brandon. Like that's usually like if it's something they own, they're usually better about it. When they're, hosting something they don't own, which happens a lot on like live television, right? TNT, whatever. They don't have as much control over where they put their ad breaks because that's all like contractually worked out. It's like it's a timing thing, so it doesn't matter what point it is in the movie. It always has to happen at these certain time frames. That's not as true with the streamers. So
it's true.
I think you're absolutely right. But like, I live that ad-free life, baby, and I'll pay a little extra for it. I always will. Sorry.
Only one I don't have. Well, I have Peacock and Hulu ad tiers. I don't have their ad-free tiers.
Yeah.
Oh, and Paramount Plus. I really should get rid of Paramount Plus.
I have the bundle. So I have Hulu with live TV and no ads. And I live a really happy life doing that. And maybe at some point I'm going to have to make some decisions about what streaming service am I going to cut. And like if I have to do that to keep my ad-free life on the things I want to watch, you bet your ass I'm going to do it.
real quickly, Ben, I just want to say on my thing, because I know you're about to say what ones you have your ad tiers for. I think Paramount Plus ad tier is very good, and I think Sparks is right. Like if it's your content, then you know where to put the ads. And Paramount Plus distributes all their shows internationally on TV. So they're built with ad breaks, and still they're not like Stranger Things is not built with ad breaks, but a show on Paramount Plus is still built with ad breaks.
I watched Strange New Worlds when I watched the first season. Most of that was on a version of Paramount Plus that had ads, and it didn't bother me. Though I'll admit, I'd like to live without them.
Sure.
I mean, the stuff I pay for. I mean, Peacock is the only one I pay for that I have ads on because I hardly ever use it. But with like Hulu, Disney, because I need to talk to you, Sparks, about possibly getting the Disney bundle for like the only thing I'm missing is ESPN, because I'm still paying for Hulu, Disney Plus separately. But especially on Hulu, I am like no on those ads. Don't want them. Don't need them. I've been spoiled too much by Netflix.
I don't mind the Hulu ads, honestly. They don't bother me. I've always had Hulu ads though. It's just like Hulu to me is just an ad. It's just a service with ads.
Right, so like the ads don't bother you because you've kept yourself living in that mecca. I'm saying I've lived on the other side of the rainbow, and I'm not going back.
All right. Anyway, Disney will also begin to lower the volume of content that is going to be made. This is Iger saying this. We've been hearing rumors about this for a while. You know, the rumor that that Disney told Lucasfilm not to develop anything other than Star Wars stuff. They've been canceling all their shows, Big Shot, Mighty Ducks, Game Changers, anything that's not IP driven. Like their big IPs, like Star Wars and Marvel. So, you know, it looks like they're kind of reeling it back. And I think a lot of streaming services are thinking about doing the same thing. Like, you know, hey, maybe we don't put out so much. Which is fine, but also renew Willow.
I'm with you on that one.
They also are going to. This is the one. They will also begin reviewing the content on the service as they start to remove movies and shows. So they're going to be taking things off, much like HBO Max. I'm not saying they're not going to take off Mandalorian or Miss Marvel, right? They're not going to take off the Star Wars or Marvel stuff.
I'll even say that I don't think they're going to take off anything made for the service.
True. I think, and I'm not. This isn't my theory, but I'm kind of with whoever I saw tweet this, that they're going to go towards a vault system for their service when it comes to their like catalog of movies. You know what I mean? Like the Disney Vault is very popular, especially in our generation. It did really well for Disney for many years. Transitioning to that to streaming kind of makes sense.
Here's the thing, like I don't see a world where like this is the any of their like Disney animated movies, like the
Sure.
movies that they made or anything like that, right? Like these are things that are less frequently watched, which makes the vault system kind of not make sense, because it's like, why even circulate it out for people who want to watch it whenever? They should just be able to. This is a weird move that until you justify it for a good reason, like it doesn't really make sense, because everybody's paying to have access to all this stuff all the time, and it makes no sense to have it there and then take it away.
Right. Especially when you're raising the price.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I'm about to go on a whole on tirade, so buckle up, buckaroos, because I am pissed off. When I signed up, when we even heard that Disney was even getting into the streaming game service, I was jumping for joy. No more Disney Vault. Disney films at my fingertips whenever, wherever I wanted. As a Disney fan, as someone who grew up loving these, as someone who wanted to rebuild their old VHS collection, which, from what I remember, had not only the classic princess films, but a bunch of other not so well heard of or not well known or not popular Disney movies, like Oliver and Company and The Rescuers Down Under. I wanted those on DVD so goddamn bad. Now they're available. I could just hit play on a streaming service. Hell yeah. Why the frack are you doing this? To me, this defeats the entire purpose of a streaming service. I mean, I talked about this when HBO Max was taking off their originals, some of their originals off. It defeats the whole purpose of the freaking streaming service. You have a streaming service so these shows can just be there. You made them. They're already there. They're already out there. Why take them off? Especially, I mean, I'm with Sparks on this one. Like, you have to justify this. And to be perfectly honest with you, Brandon, even having a vault system or a rotating schedule, I still hate. I hate that idea, because once again, it defeats the purpose of a streaming service. So now I have to schedule, like, if I want to watch the original 1960s Jungle Book, or the original the original animated Snow White, but it's like, oh, it's off Disney Plus, I have to wait X amount of months for it. I don't want to do that. I might not want to watch Snow White in a few months when it's back on Disney Plus again, if they do that sort of deal. I just don't want to do that. It's dumb, it's stupid, and I hate it.
Well, again, I don't think like anything like the casual viewer would know is going to be the thing removed. Like I said, nothing made by the animation studio is going to get pulled. I don't think so. No, I don't know why they would. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
I think we're talking about things like National Geographic specials and episodes from 2016 that nobody's watching right now. Things like that, right? Like, those are on there. I think we're talking about that kind of content possibly being pulled. And, like, I don't get why doing that. You got to justify it to me. But, like, I don't think it's anything where, like, I don't think they're removing anything that would cause subscribers to unsubscribe, which would be like removing any Walt Disney Animation Studios film.
Right.
Like, you remove one and everybody's going to go nuts.
Yeah, I mean, if they do decide to take off some Nat Geo specials, or they'll be like, hey, if people show us,
or like,
watch
what was that?
Put them back
What's
on.
that movie, Blackbeard's Revenge, where he teaches a baseball team?
No more Davy Crockett.
Oh, I guess I can live with that.
No, but I mean, like, they shouldn't, right? I don't agree with that. These are things that I think it's valuable to have there. And, like, it makes sense. These are part of Disney history. This is where you should go to watch these things. But I think that's the kind of level of content we're talking about. Right. How many people are watching Davy Crockett?
Yeah. I mean, I will be honest. I go to the reason, the biggest draw for me was, like, the entire animation collection, the entire echelon of animated movies was at my fingertips. That's the reason why I go to it. Now the Disney Channel shows it, like Owl House, Star versus the Forces of Evil, and a bunch of other Disney classics are there. But just, I mean, once again, you have to make it justifiable. Part of me I will not lie, I won't miss any of the Nat Geo stuff. I mean, they did not tell us what kind of stuff they're going to take off, so it is possible they'll just only take off the stuff that no one's watching. They
probably don't even know right now.
Yeah. And
it's worth noting real quickly, Ben, I'm so sorry. It's worth noting that not everything that Disney owns is on Disney Plus at this moment. This week people brought up the fact that, like, the Aladdin TV show and the Buzz Lightyear Star Command TV show are not on Disney Plus.
Yeah, that is 100%. That is 100% true.
that they're still rolling out that catalog. I also think there's a possibility that they say this just to see how the public reacts.
That's true. That's a good point.
I mean,
It doesn't make sense unless you tell me like that part of the reason is to like save costs on like space. If like because like the finite space of the servers to host it and everything, like okay, I guess like there are probably things that you don't need to have on there necessarily, or like doing the vault system as Brandon suggested would make sense. But again, like vaulting things like Davy Crockett will only be available for 4 months out of the year. Like, okay, I guess I get that.
That's a good point.
Yeah, and also like I also feel like the language was kind of the language Disney used was also purposely vague to get a certain reaction. Obviously, it got it out of me because ever since HBO Max did, every time I hear a service say, "Hey, we're gonna pull an original show or original stuff that we made for our service," it's like, then why did you create the damn service in the first place?
Right. I mean, that's the HBO Max thing, right? HBO Max
Yeah.
did that. And to be fair, I want to be completely fair. This was not told to the public. This was an earnings call.
Right.
The presses are allowed to be an earnings call and they can talk about it. So Bob Iger was not trying to tell us that they are taking things off this server. When he does, it will probably be worded in a more definitive way. He said this to help it, to make sure that investors are happy.
Yeah. Understandable. I mean, until we know what they truly are thinking or what they want to do with it, yeah. I mean, hopefully they'll make the right decision. Even I know I won't miss any Nat Geo stuff. There might be a fan out there who will, and that sucks for them. But I mean, if they go to Disney Plus to watch a lot of Nat Geo stuff, that's what made them give Disney their money in the first place. So
Nat Geo is still the kicking on this episode.
Well, the thing is, even though I'm not there for Nat Geo, I would still be upset if they do decide to take certain stuff off.
I don't watch Nat Geo unless Jeff Goldblum has a new season out.
True.
So, all right. Anyway, let's move on to a different streaming service. Go ahead.
Sorry, Mag is in the chat again saying he's agreeing with me. He doubt they would cancel old Marvel cartoons, including X-Men 92 or X-Men the Animated Series. Yeah, that's a death sentence.
I really like that you were like, he agrees with me. Excuse me.
You said,
I know, Ben. I saw the comment. I'm just ribbing. I'm just ribbing you.
All right.
You're my You're Worf to my Riker. Okay. It makes sense if you watch the show. All right. So Dungeons and Dragons Adventures, guys. Dungeons and Dragons: Honor Among Thieves made so much money that Dungeons and Dragons decided to make a streaming service, a dedicated 24-hour a day streaming service called the Dungeons and Dragons Adventures. How exciting!
What are they gonna put on it?
That's so funny you asked, Ben. Right. Okay. Real quickly, important thing to know: this will be free, much like Tubi, Freebie. This is a free, ad-supported streaming service, which is called a FAST streaming service. So you don't have to pay for this. This will just be available on your TV, free of charge.
Cool.
But Ben's question is valid. What are they going to put on this?
I can imagine obviously the Dungeons and Dragons film, Honor Among Thieves, that could be there.
That's on Paramount Plus, actually.
Never mind, that's out.
I mean, I'm sure they could probably play it.
It probably.
Yeah.
The Dungeons and Dragons cartoon?
Oh, actually, I'll get there. I'll say that first. So yes, that Dungeons and Dragons cartoon from the 1980s will be available on the streaming service exclusively. So, if you want to catch it, go ahead. Pluto TV. That's another one. This will feature a slate of, quote, original celebrity-focused unscripted series. These shows are Encounter Party, which is based on a podcast of the same name.
Okay.
Will follow 6 returning professional actors and improv artists as they roleplay an original D&D campaign with original characters set in the world of the Forgotten Realms. Cool. Faster Purple Worm Kill. It's another show. An improv comedy spin on classic Dungeons and Dragons gameplay, co-created by one Matthew Lillard of Shaggy fame. It's interesting that that's probably my favorite role of Matthew Lillard, and he's only in 2 movies in the 90s. Anyway, bring him back for Scream 7. What are you looking at, Sparks?
I don't think that he's only got 2 roles in the 90s, but go ahead.
No, I didn't say that. Oh, my favorite is just 2 movies from the 90s.
Oh, I see. Okay.
No, I didn't say that he only got 2 roles in the 90s. No.
Oh, I see.
I've seen plenty of his films, and I love him. Each episode will feature a party of first-level characters marching to their certain deaths as they face beasts against which they stand absolutely no chance. We'll have a revolving cast of special guests and celebrities.
Oh, TKOs abound in that one.
So, and finally, Heroes Feast will be the 3rd show. Now, I want to ask you guys, and if you've been looking at my thing, don't say, what do you think Heroes Feast is going to be about? Have you looked at the page? Have you looked at the page?
I did not. I only saw Heroes Feast and I averted my eyes.
Okay, so Heroes Feast, what do you think it's about?
If I may, explain what Heroes Feast is first to the class.
Oh, you already know. You can't say.
No. I mean, I'm talking about the spell, like what the spell.
Okay. Oh,
does
sure.
in Dungeons.
Yeah. Go ahead.
The spell Heroes Feast in Dungeons and Dragons. It's a grand feast. Gives you plus 10 temporary hit points. Gives you immunization to fear, poison. Essentially, it is a very expensive spell to do in game, but the stats effects are excellent, especially going against bloodthirsty dragons. So I imagine it's going to be a bunch of chefs trying to create a Heroes Feast IRL, because they actually have a cookbook called Heroes Feast, and one of the first recipes.
You did know. You shut up. Okay. Yes. Ben is 100% right, because he already knew what this was. So yes,
Barnes and Noble.
Heroes Feast, based off the cookbook of the same name.
Dude, that was a shot in the dark. 100%.
You didn't say he couldn't know what the book was.
But I don't whatever. Okay, so this is going to be a part talk show, part cooking competition. And each episode will feature the show's 2 hosts, culinary hero Mike Harax and first level cook Sujata Day, prepping dishes for a revolving pair of guest diners. So, free. And the Dungeons and Dragons animated show. So, 24 hours.
I mean, okay. Wizards is really trying to get that money to compete with Critical Role. Holy shit.
That's what's so funny to me, is that Critical Role has a partnership with Wizards of the Coast. They do marketing for Wizards of the Coast. Wizards of the Coast gets a kickback from Critical Role. These are all things I know because of reasons I can't say. The thing is, Critical Role isn't going to be on the streaming service, but that's it. That's what you're chasing with these shows. You're chasing Critical Role
or Dimension 20.
Or Dimension 20.
Yeah. I want to say they maybe did at one point in time. I could be wrong, but I know because of the recent Wizards of the Coast controversy, especially with D&D Beyond, was essentially like with Hasbro Wizards, them trying to monotonize Dungeons and Dragons even further, and they're trying to squeeze creators who make Dungeons and Dragons content. It's just been like essentially things. The fan base has been still playing D&D, but they've been giving Wizards of the Coast and Hasbro the middle finger. So the fact that they're trying to do this is just like they're really trying to chase something. But not gonna lie, some of the ideas here are actually kind of good. Like I like the one where it's like a bunch of first party adventurers going to fight a monster they should not be fighting. Definitely bound to get some shenanigans in there.
I'll just watch Dimension
20.
20.
Will you spend $7 a month on that?
Oh hell no.
Right, well that's the thing, isn't it? Like, it's a streaming service, Ben. They're launching a streaming service. That's nuts.
Yeah.
Like, these shows could exist somewhere. Dimension 20.
Like, Dimension 20 is on a streaming service of other content, but like, I love Dropout. Dropout gives me a ton of stuff, and Dimension 20 is one of those things. But like, that's worth the money to me. I don't know if all of this, like, am I really going to invest the hours into this to make it worth spending that much?
This is free.
Oh, is it free?
It's free.
It's not going to stay that way.
No, it won't. But it's a free ad-supported channel. Much like I said, it's a free ad-supported channel, just like Pluto TV, Freebie, Tubi.
Grayson, it is worth it. Sorry, Dropout TV is doing so many funny things. It looks like it's worth it. Yes.
I know.
Yes.
I really gotta subscribe to that shit.
Yes. But here's the thing, like, I don't know. This seems foolish. There's so much available content that you know is quality that does this stuff that, like, I don't know, why do you need this? Like, the only thing that you could get me with, I think, is if Joe Manganiello was on hosting his own D&D show where he's got his celebrity games now he hosts them there. I'm like, okay, you'll get me. But like otherwise, celebrities appear on other D&D streams. Like, why is this special?
Yeah, like when
also go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, like, when Joe Manganiello appeared on Critical Role.
Right.
This will also feature third-party content from top internet creators and influencers with a focus on live gameplay. So it sounds like they're gonna ask. I think they're gonna try and beg Critical Role to be like, please be on our service. But again, free. Like, you know.
Yeah.
That's not
right, but like, I don't know. Like, how would that matter when you can just watch Critical Role on YouTube? Critical Role's not going to leave YouTube.
That's true.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that'll be fun. We'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
I really like that movie.
Or if Critical Role's too heavy, you could always check out D and Dark.
That's true. You could always check out D and Dark.
See, that's what I mean. There's so much good content out there. Like, why do you need this?
Wait, real quickly, Ben. If Wizard of the Coast came to you, or Dan, and the rest, and said, we want to make a D and Dark show for our streaming service, you'd do it, right?
Depends
Come
how
on.
big the check. Depends how big the check was, but maybe.
I'd do it.
Probably not that big. It's a free service.
Yeah.
I'll do it for you. I'll be D and Dark. I'll just recap episodes. That's the show, is me recapping episodes of D and Dark. With ads.
You'd have to pay me for that.
And there'll be ads for better shows. This is great. We're making money already. I might just do this. All right. Anyway, Beetlejuice too. Beetlejuice. Oh shit. I am currently
like clenching my butt in fear of the D and Dark reaction pod Brandon's going to pitch in 3 weeks.
Real quickly, I had an idea. I have an April Fool's joke. Because you brought it up, I have an April Fool's idea that I'm going to bring up now because I'll forget by the time it shows up. Are you okay, Sparks?
I'm fine.
So you guys know the Weekly Planet, right? You were familiar with the show, The Weekly Planet. I have an idea to get a few people together to do a month-long Weekly Planet recap podcast called The Good Ship Content, which is one of their jokes. And I think that'd be a lot of fun. Anyway, so look out for April when I do the D and Dark one.
Hey, Brandon, if you don't call it D and After Dark, I will be very upset.
Well, now it's happening. I'm writing it, and it's happening.
God damn it, Ben.
D and After Dark, baby. We're doing it. We're doing it.
I hope Dave doesn't kill me for that.
Yeah, we're doing it.
I hope
baby.
he gives you 4 psychic damage for that one. Grayson, you make sure that Dan gives Ben psychic damage the next time you guys play. You'll know why.
Well, if Ben hadn't given me the name. All right. Anyway. Woo! Beetlejuice.
Oh, God damn it.
What's Grayson saying?
Grace is always like, got it. And it's like, I'm screwed.
And
right. also that Dan has creative control. So,
hey, podcasts are free, baby. I don't need your permission to do it.
I think he's talking about if they were pitched to go and make a show, it would be all Dan's decision.
Oh, that's a good point.
All right. Then everyone else would have to say, yeah, I'm cool and game, but like it would start with Dan.
Yeah.
Why are we doing this? What are we doing?
This is fun. I like this. Beetlejuice, though. Let's talk about Beetlejuice. The sequel to the smash hit Beetlejuice is happening. Tim Burton looks like he will be directing it.
Said Beetlejuice too many times. He's going to show up.
I did. I said it too many times. He's bursting through one of our doors right now. Probably mine, because I'm the
He's
one
going to
who said
Ultron out of me.
I mean, how many times do we have to say Beetlejuice for Beetlejuice to show up? I mean, if I say Beetlejuice, oh shit.
I mean, I said it 8 times and he hasn't shown up. So,
I mean, I'm waiting for the guy who plays him on Broadway to just pop up and go, mistake.
So, it's ramping up production. Michael Keaton's coming back. Winona Ryder's coming back. Jenna Ortega, we knew this. We kind of heard that she was in talks. She's going to be cast in the movie.
As has been prophesized by the old gods, so it shall be done.
She will be Winona Ryder's daughter in the movie. Catherine O'Hara also returning. She was in the first movie.
Mm-hmm. That's
She played in
wild.
the first movie.
The mom of Lydia.
Oh, I remember now.
And so Justin Theroux, Monica Bellucci, and Willem Dafoe have been cast in the movie.
Fun fact, the dad won't be back because he's a sex offender.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Monica Bellucci, by the way, will play Beetlejuice's wife.
That's nuts.
So Michael Keaton, Beetlejuice himself, has a wife.
Wild. That's cool. I'm actually really happy to hear that. Willem Dafoe. That's wild. All right.
That's insane.
Never thought I'd see Willem Dafoe in a Tim Burton film.
I'm still getting over the fact that the principal from Ferris Bueller's Day Off is a sex offender. Damn.
Hey, ruining your day one podcast at a time.
Yay! Anyways, Beetlejuice 2. Cool. I mean, this movie has been rumored for years.
Yeah, so it's been rumored for a number of years, but they finally got a script. They finally got a script finished, and they finally got production going. It looks like it's going to be Tim Burton's next movie. Al Gough and Miles Miller, they wrote the script that they're filming. This is, by the way, the creative team behind Smallville, Into the Badlands, and Wednesday.
Okay.
So it makes sense how that Wednesday is probably how they met Tim Burton,
Mm-hmm.
and were brought on from there.
Yeah, makes sense. Mag's in the chat talking about unless we follow the wacky weird rules of Gremlins 2. I'm trying to remember what that was in reference of, and his second comment is
What?
Just Ben bringing it up and not knowing what it was about.
I'm trying to make people feel
You don't have to bring up every comment. Mag understands.
me. Anyways, Mag's also saying it would be weird if they mentioned the Beetlejuice cartoon.
Do it.
Yeah.
Do it. Do it in the way that the Matrix Resurrections references the Matrix Online game. So kind of.
They mentioned the Matrix Online game?
Kind of.
I honestly, I don't think you can, because you'd have to you have to fundamentally change Beetlejuice as a character from film to film if that cartoon is canon.
All right. Fast X.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Big Fast X news happened this week. People got to see it. Press got to see it. People are tweeting about it. Social media embargo is lifted. The rap spoiled the post-credit scene. Don't do that. Bad. But they did it, and we're going to talk about it.
Did they spoil the whole scene, or did they just say that spoil who's in it?
They just spoiled who's in it.
Okay, see, anything could happen in the scene. It's probably just this, but
Dwayne Johnson's Luke Hobbs returns to the Fast and the Furious franchise after being absent from only one movie.
Mm-hmm.
So, what we think?
Technically, he's absent for this one too. He's in the post credits. Come on.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I guess, but
Is Superman actually in Black Adam? No.
yeah, they marketed it that way.
Yeah, but he's not. Is he? No, he isn't.
I think it's Schrodinger Superman. All right, what do we think? What do we think about Dwayne Johnson? The beef is squashed.
Boy, it's so funny to see people talk about it on the internet as damn, Black Adam really hurt him. It's all Ben's review. Came out and said mid right away, and Dwayne Johnson went, I gotta call Vin.
Well, I mean, you think about it, like Dwayne Johnson, the seemingly the problem that arose is that Dwayne Johnson tried to have creative control over the Fast and the Furious franchise. He did the same thing over at DC.
I
But
don't
DC
think that isn't still his plan.
Oh, you think he's going to take it out from Vin now?
Hey, Vin's done in a matter of movies. We might not know the exact number of those movies, but he is on the way out. Their story
this is
is
the plan?
ending. Their story is ending, but Universal still wants to make money, baby. Hobbs makes money, baby.
Oh my God. We're going to get Hobbs and Shaw 2 after Fast 12, I guess.
I wouldn't be surprised if we got Hobbs and Shaw somewhere in the middle, but probably the way that they'll probably do the trilogy, and then there'll be another Hobbs and Shaw, and then there's going to be a Hobbs-assance of new things. He's going to carry that world into a whole other direction.
And then Vin Diesel will come back in 20 years. His kid will be older. He'll be older. Family and a legacy sequel that.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, sure. Like, it's cool. I think Dwayne Johnson honestly ruined the character of Hobbs after a while. That's me though. It's just wild to me that like after like Vin begged him to come back for Fast X. You remember the picture where he photoshopped himself to be taller than Dwayne. Like the whole thing of like we need like but my kids call you Papa Dwayne. I want you to be back in this movie. We got a part for you, Uncle Dwayne. We got a part for you. And Dwayne was like, "You pathetic piece of shit. Why would you do that? Why would you invoke your kids? How dare you?" He was so pissed. The Tyrese Gibson video when Tyrese released that rap and Dwayne ripped it. Like it's like this is the worst piece of shit I've ever seen.
Emily Blunt and Dwayne Johnson insulted him, Vin Diesel, on the press tour for Jungle Cruise.
That's right.
They like tore into him publicly. I don't know. Like I'm kind of like, Dwayne, like you gotta be making enough money. You didn't have to do this, but I do think that's the vision. I think he understands that like Vin's time will end very soon with this franchise, and he can take it. Yeah. He can take it, and like I would argue he should have already. Like if you were to tell me that they were going to actually stop when they lost Paul Walker and end at Furious 7, I would have said, yeah, go ahead. Continue the franchise with Dwayne Johnson's Hobbs. And like whoever else you want to pull from the universe to follow along at different points, and you can cameo up whoever you want. Go that way. That sounds great. Why not? Made perfect sense. But Vin wasn't done.
No, he wasn't.
It's gonna be though.
Yeah, so I mean this is just insane news. Like it's like him coming back is just wild. But the other thing that came out this week is that Vin Diesel seemingly confirmed that Fast X will be a trilogy of movies and not a duology of movies. So we knew that Fast X was the first part of a 2-part finale, ending with Fast X Part 2. How dare you? And now Vin and Michelle Rodriguez has said that Universal apparently saw the cut of the film, really liked it, and asked if he can extend it into a trilogy of films, ending with Fast X Part 3 instead.
Well, or whatever the title may be.
I mean, it better be more engaging, because how dare you with Fast X Part 2? I have not forgiven you.
Yeah. I wouldn't be shocked at all to see this become a trilogy.
The Rock and the Furious.
That's the one. I'm glad The Rock is back. It wouldn't have felt right to not have him.
Yeah, that's fair. But
I'm sure he'll spin some stuff publicly to say this is all for the fans.
Oh, I'm sure, because he loves that. Yeah, I mean, look, this could be because Black Adam failed.
Oh, it's not could be. It's not could be. It's absolute. Oh, 100%.
Yeah,
100%. He was prepared to take. Not only was he prepared to take Black Adam, he was prepared to take the entire DC universe under his guidance into the future and make it a vehicle of projects for himself, to both for him and his $7 Productions to work on for the next decade or so. And he lost that, but there's potential, right?
Good point.
Fast and Furious makes money.
If I had to guess, he smelled, after the whole like fiasco with Vin and all the stuff that he was going on with DC, and maybe even Disney. I don't know. I think him and Disney are still pretty tight. Obviously, they're doing Moana again, but he's
Oh,
still
is this coming from the same place where Moana live action remake is coming from?
Why wouldn't it?
Oh, Dwayne.
Well, yeah, he's Dwayne's smelling blood in the water.
I've never seen you so desperate.
This could be after Black Adam's flop and after the DC's new rehaul that he's not going to be a part of. He's trying to he needs to cement himself, so he's probably gonna latch on to the Fast universe once Vin's done. He's like dibs.
Well, like, I don't know what he's desperate for. I don't get it because he's incredibly successful, but it is his only like guarantee at a franchise right now.
Yeah,
right. And like, he might only be in it for these last two films, but I have a pretty good inkling that he'll come to the table after this last one is done and be like, hey, I'm down to do more with the Hobbs character if Universal wants to pay for it. And the Universal absolutely will, because it's an easy way to continue making money. Like, why wouldn't they?
Yeah, good point.
It truly is. And Grayson has a comment here. It'll be Fast X, Fast Double X, and then Fast Triple X. But here's the cool part that I got from someone on TikTok. For Triple X, you breed in Vin Diesel's character from Triple X, and they team up.
No.
You bring in Ice Cube from Triple X2, State of the Union.
No.
You do it. Do it.
No. I get that you don't care about this franchise anymore, but some of us are still invested in these characters.
Hey, man, I've been trying to explain why for years, and I still can't, so who knows? All right.
You funny, Grayson.
Furious Hobbs, because it's Hobbs and dinos in space. That's cute. All right, trailers.
Check us out next week, friends, where we talk about this Fast X movie without Brandon.
That's true. I will be out of town. So, trailers. Ryan's not here. Do we want to talk about Void Train?
Yes.
Okay,
it's a cool looking game. You have nothing to say about it? You don't think it looks cool?
It does look cool, but that's all I have to say about it.
Yeah, I mean, it looks cool. That's all we ever have to say about anything.
That's not true. We have a lot to say about things sometimes.
They're all basically a variation on looks cool or doesn't look cool.
Or you know what I'll say about Void Train that's different that we haven't said? I'm going to say it looks neat.
Ben, that is still a variation on it looks cool.
Shut up.
I honestly thought you were going to come at me with... Excuse me. I didn't watch it.
No, I did see Void Train's trailer. It actually looks very unique. It gives me... I had never seen the show, but I know of it, the Infinity Train. It gives me that kind of vibes, especially if you're on a train going through like constant gates. You're just going through.
Yeah, I like that. You know, it's like a train through like this kind of dimensional void, and there are these creatures in there. And I think it looks very imaginative, and I like the creature design a lot. I think it's cool. It's cool.
Yes, I think we're doing it, Grayson. Damn it, we're saying why it's cool. Ryan put it as it's No Man's Sky with a train, and I think that's pretty apt. It looks like there's a lot of fun, like how you can construct the train, puzzle solving, and like really wide range of what kind of things you'll be encountering across the gates and the worlds. From like friendly creatures to points where it'll be like full-blown first-person shooter. Like, I hope it's good.
Yeah. Stay tuned for this October when we make Ben play Choo Choo Charles. So, you know, speaking of trains.
Man, good job.
Thank you.
I want Ben to always feel like Choo Choo Charles isn't that far away.
Like Choo Choo Charles himself.
He's only ever getting closer.
I'm going to skip Clone High because I don't think any of us care.
I did not watch that.
All I will say is this was a significantly better trailer than the first trailer we watched that wasn't very good. Mm-hmm. It's still not necessarily making me want to watch the show.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. I remember. Yeah, I did watch this trailer. I inadvertently watched it. I only know the meme from I only know the line where it's like, I like your words, funny man, but I don't know anything about the show. I just know it's a revival. Is it?
Yeah.
It's a revival of a show about these historical figures having been cloned and they're in high school.
That's
why it's Abe Lincoln and JFK and Cleopatra and Frida Kahlo. criticality.
I just heard they were clones. I didn't know what the original show was about. I just remember seeing the meme. I like your words, funny man.
Were you not there when we talked about this trailer last time?
I don't think so.
Or when we talked about the show getting picked up?
Nope.
That one he was. I remember him being there.
I think you were when we talked about the show getting picked up and we talked about what it used to be, and I think you just kind of fuzzed us out a little bit.
Maybe I did.
Ben, like,
Sorry.
how can
Ben's like, I never do that.
As he falls asleep. Poor Things.
Yeah, I'm sad Ryan can't be here for this one, but this is from the excuse me, the director of The Favorite, which
is a great movie.
Loved. Yeah, that's a great movie. And this looks weird and wacky in a fun way, and I love this cast. There's not a lot to say because it's kind of like an early teaser trailer-esque thing, but I like the aesthetic and I like the vibes.
Yeah, I like it when Mark Ruffalo gets slapped and he takes the beat to say "ow." That was fun.
Mm-hmm. Willem Dafoe looks unhinged.
I really like The Favorite, so I'm happy to go see this one. I haven't seen The Lobster yet.
Neither have I.
Yeah,
this movie looks creepy, and for some reason, it was giving me Dr. Frankenstein vibes.
Well, I get that. She basically says like living or like existence is a unique experience or something like that. And I'm like, there seems to be some amount of like, yeah, I get you. There's a Frankenstein-esque vibe to it.
There was a lot of Mel Brooks jokes in this last week of Dan Dark that Ben just did not get.
No, I know.
I just remembered that because you said Frankenstein. I was like, oh, right, young Frankenstein. Oh, you did.
Grayson, do you all know that Ben didn't get those jokes?
No,
Tell me later.
Don't.
Okay, Grayson. Ben has never seen Young Frankenstein, so he had no idea what was happening.
They know. They already gave me the same look that Brandon gives me when I mention it.
We really should rectify that, especially because you're doing the show.
No, we do, and I was actually upset because I was gonna ask if we could watch that movie when he came to visit you, and I got sick. And
now I'm sad. Let's make a movie.
Sad. I'm sad.
We'll do a movie night, the four of us.
And Sparks just
we lost Sparks.
Sparks just up and quit. He cannot take my bullshit anymore. Apparently,
I wasn't invited.
Gremlins. Secrets of the Mogwai. It's the second trailer.
This one I honest to goodness did completely missed.
Well, you guys talked about the first trailer.
Yeah. Back
when it first came out, I was not on that episode. So I wanted to put it on this one because I didn't get a chance to say anything about the show. I'm really interested, actually. I really like the idea that I believe Ryan was rubbing up against, which is bringing kind of Mogwais into a larger magical world. I actually really like that idea and exploring the world of where the Mogwais came from before we go to Gremlins. I'm invested in that kind of world. I'm interested in that kind of world building, and I think the animation looks really good. So I'm super into this. I don't think the two trailers are interesting because they're drastically different. In the first trailer, it was like, look at this magical adventure we're going to go on, and then this one is like, actually, the forces of evil are going to destroy everything.
The first trailer still kind of led to that idea, even if it was hinted at smaller than it's laid on thick in this trailer. But that's the thing that that's where you lose me, is this guy who's like, I will be this evil villain and I will turn the Mogwai chaotic power of the Gremlins into the ultimate destructive force across the multiverse. And I'm like, I pass. That's just not Gremlins to me. Like, I don't mind exploring the magical world and the stuff related to the Mogwai and their lore and stuff, but like throwing in this dastardly villain thing and like the kind of when it gets more like a superhero kind of project is where I'm like, that's just not Gremlins to me. It doesn't interest me as much.
I get that. I really love Gremlins. I like both those movies a lot. Well, I like the first one a lot. The second one I haven't actually seen since I first saw it, which I want to rectify because I think I'd appreciate it more. But I'm always the kind of person who, like, you know, when he was a kid, like always imagined these kind of larger fantastical worlds to these smaller things. And so I totally understand that. You're right. Gremlins is a much smaller stake movie. It's much more but it's much smaller than what this show is doing, and but I guess for me, I'm just kind of interested in that bigger world also. Like, I feel like both can exist, you know?
Yeah, I hear you. It's just there's nothing they've given me about these characters or the story that makes me feel like, like, sure, the fundamental idea of expanding on the lore of the Mogwai is interesting.
Yeah.
The execution doesn't look like something I'm really going to enjoy.
Right. You know that the little boy is the old man that
Mm-hmm.
in Gremlins.
Mm-hmm.
I think I was actually saying that to Ben, but I just realized you hadn't seen the Gremlins films.
He also didn't watch this trailer, so it doesn't matter.
That's true. Oppenheimer.
Yo, I cannot wait to go see Barbie right after this movie. It makes me all depressed and sad.
Can I tell you guys something that I've already told you guys, but you all thought I was crazy?
We didn't think you were crazy. We just didn't see it.
There is a second Oppenheimer trailer that has been playing in front of select movies for months, almost since the first trailer dropped. And it was never released online. And I shit you not, every single time I see it in theaters, I think I'm having a stroke because I'm like, no one talks about this trailer. It's not online. I did find a leak like last week, so I know it's real. It's just wild to me that like I was like, I'm seeing this trailer. And so when this trailer dropped, I was like, oh, this is the trailer. But this is a different trailer than the one that has been playing in theaters for the past couple of months.
So what you're saying is you're still crazy.
I'm still crazy.
Yeah. All right. Well, good to know.
This looks really good, though. I'm really excited for this.
I'm really excited for this, too. I'm very curious how Nolan's going to tackle the idea of, like, American exceptionalism as tied to the atomic bomb. Because there's this vibe. And, like, I see in the trailer the possibility of both in this trailer. But there is this vibe of, like, only the Americans could have pulled this off. And only the Americans have the right to this kind of power. And like, that's the state of mind at the time. So that's fine. That is part of it. But like, I guess what I'm saying is like, I hope that there's more of a thought of like the critical aftermath of what this moment means. I want to be projected forward. And I'm saying I see that that's there in this trailer too. I just wonder which side of that story we're going to get more of. The raw awesomeness of American might that they put this together, or the horror of what the Americans brought into the world. Like, even though we hide behind the, like, this is the part that really gets me, is the part behind the line that says, like, if we don't get there, the Nazis will get there eventually. And like, that probably would have been true. And like, how devastating that would have been, like, had this weapon been in the hands of the Nazis. Sure. 100%. It's important to remember that contextually in history, again, not for the characters at that moment in time, like, we defeat the Nazis without using an atomic bomb, like, that happens. It's I don't know. I feel like there's an amount of, like, especially at the time and then for a while after, where we kind of let ourselves off the hook about, like, the atom bomb existing because it was morally correct to do it before the Nazis could. So I don't know. I'm just very curious, like, what the ultimate takeaway is Nolan's intention to be for this movie.
That's a good point.
Because it's kind of still. What I'm most curious about is this only going to stay at the creation of the atomic bomb and some of the tests thereafter? Or are we going to go all the way up to Hiroshima and Nagasaki when we actually used it? Like, fully used it? Because I think those are two different kinds of thoughts about that you walk away with out of the movie, right?
If I'm right, the trial that we see Downey's character in, was after the war.
Yeah.
So that could be in response to the and that's what you're talking about, like, right? Like, that's the kind of scenes where you're wondering, like, what is that? What side is that going to take? Is that going to take the side that Oppenheimer is right, or is that going to take the side that this was not a good idea?
Right, because it still strikes me how much there's so much in our educational system in our literature in America that up until sometime in the late 90s, most of it suggests that there was no alternative than to use the atomic bombs in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And like critically, we know that's fundamentally inaccurate and horrifying. And like that we never really talk about like what a horrible, like the most devastatingly gruesome attack on innocent civilians ever done in the history of mankind was us. And we're like, we as a country have not been willing to own that or admit it.
Yeah.
So I'm really curious where this film's going to fall in that conversation, because frankly, it's the most high profile thing to really actually tackle it in a long time in a direct way.
Nolan does political commentary, right?
Yes.
The Dark Knight
but
has
like,
some.
yes, but it's usually in like the form of it's wrapped up in like analogy and metaphor and subtext and things like that, right? Like it's not as direct, it's not focused, it's not the point.
Yeah, Interstellar is
Right.
a good example of that.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's there, but it's not the point.
Right. This would have to be the point, but it's likely that it's not. It's that they put it aside.
Yeah, I'm just really curious. It doesn't mean it'll be it's not a good or bad movie based on that alone, but it is the thing I'm the most interested in, because like what I hope for the most is that like it generates enough for us as a nation to have more common conversations about like the atomic bomb. It's weird that we as a nation, again generalizing, have all kind of just like, there's so many things we carry a lot of like individual guilt and weight over, like slavery, but we don't about Hiroshima and Nagasaki, depending on who you are. And I think that's strange.
I think you might be asking for too much from this movie.
I don't think so. Because like the movie doesn't have to answer questions, right? It just has to present the right questions.
But I just don't see a whole conversation coming out of it, you know? Even if it does tackle these questions.
You don't need like one conversation coming out of it. All I'm saying is that like it's more present in our mindsets than it hasn't been.
Sure. That's a good point. All right, let's switch gears completely.
Yeah, please. Thank you. Although I do want to bring up Grayson's comment really quick, because he has been in Japan, and he says, so sad that a large majority of Americans make jokes about the bombs. After visiting the site and museum, he broke down crying in museum. I'm assuming it's the one in Hiroshima. My quick 2 cents about Oppenheimer is Nolan's a filmmaking master. I know he's going to make a fantastic film, and it's really going to put into perspective, make you think about the weapon itself. Unfortunately, I've been having major anxiety about said weapon, especially since some jackass in Russia decided to invade a sovereign nation for no good goddamn reason, and a bunch of and essentially not only Europe but the entire world has been on edge with all the deals he's been trying to make. So I'm probably not going to go see this movie, not because I think it's going to be bad. I think it's going to be a fantastic film. But just the subject matter of it all has kind of got me on edge. So I think I'm going to let this one slide and go see something nice and sunny like the Barbie movie instead.
Hate to tell you, Ben, what we're reviewing both in one episode on this podcast. I'm just kidding.
Well, I'm skipping one. That's for damn sure.
Oh my God, we review Barbie and then we're like, hey, Ben, come on, we're about to do Barbie. And we trick you. It's Oppenheimer.
Well, I understand having that anxiety, Ben. I do.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a reason to not see this movie necessarily.
No, it's not. It's just something. It's just a subject matter that's just been on my mind in not a positive manner. And even with my own trip to Japan coming up, one of the places I do want to visit, just for more like historical reasons, but also like personal reflection, is either Hiroshima or Nagasaki because of what we did. Mm-hmm. And now that the relations between the United States, I mean, don't get me wrong, I know Japan committed horrible atrocities in the war, but at the same time, the United States isn't so cleanly either. I mean, we were the ones who forced Japan open to trade, which was a bad move on our part, and what we did to them to end the war. It opens up a whole political thing, and we should move on. Let's move on, please.
I was about to say, you don't have to keep going. We can move on.
Let's move on.
I think that was great. I'm really glad that you expressed all that because
Oh,
I
no,
think
I'm
it's all
not
the
saying-
more. I think it's all the more reason why Oppenheimer's kind of an important film right now. So it'll be really interesting to see exactly where it lands in that cultural questioning of like what's going on.
I'm not saying that he wasn't wrong. He was wrong to bring that up. I'm just saying I know how anxious he could get about that, and it was okay to just kind of let go into the next topic.
Didn't
it's
say
just
you were wrong. I was just saying that I thought it was cool that he did.
I'm not. We're on the same page. I was just clarifying for my own sake. Meg 2, The Trench.
giant sharks, giant sharks, giant sharks.
Sparks, you've read the book.
I have.
Verdict?
I mean, we're going pretty far away from the book, but so did the first one. So like, I don't care. Jason Statham shouldn't even be playing the role he is, but he is. It's fine. I don't mind that. Get more weird and stupid with it.
I'm kind of of the same mind. I have not read the book though. Like I do want to because I did really like the Meg. My problem with the Meg was that it didn't go hard enough into the silly. It kind of walked an in between line of trying to do the book and trying to be a silly shark movie.
Right. Well, sorry. Go ahead.
And that didn't work for me. I find it to be kind of boring. Outside of one or two interesting moments, but this trailer looks like it went full into the silly, and I'm much more on board.
Yeah, the book is good because the book feels grounded and scary.
Mm-hmm.
You know, pretty much as close as you can get to doing Jaws with a 60-foot shark, as possible, and that's the book. But the film is not that, because they didn't dedicate to it the same way. It's cool that like the main thing that's still clearly there from the book is that they have built the tank and facility to study megalodons. Mm-hmm. So when they go out there investigating, the first shark they're looking at, I'm assuming, is the baby we saw from the first one.
Yeah,
because that's what it is in the book. Now, granted, that facility is supposed to be built in Monterey Bay. They're supposed to have turned the entire bay into a tank for the Meg. Obviously, that's not the case.
Yeah.
And the trench is supposed to be the trench by the bay. The Mariana.
The Mariana Trench.
Yeah. And so all that's different. I don't really care. For terms of this movie, like I after the first one, I just accepted like it's not going to be an adaptation of the book. I don't care. All I'm here for is I love a good, even dumb shark movie. That's all I care about. Like you got a pretty decent shark movie, I'll enjoy it. Like I enjoy the Meg to an extent because there's Jaws, there's Jaws 2, there's Deep Blue Sea, there's Jaws 3, and there's the Meg. And that's kind of all the best shark movies. I might be missing one or two. Depends on where you land with Open Sea.
What was that? Is that the one with Blake Lively?
No. Oh, yeah. That one's not bad. That one's pretty goofy.
What about the one with Mandy Moore?
Yeah, 47 meters down.
Yeah.
I like that one because that one... We're getting too deep into shark bullshit. Anyway, the point being, Meg 2, The Trench seems like the right amount of goofy. You got your big sharks. There's 3 of them this time. Oh shit! One of them's too big. Oh no!
I love
it's
the
biggest
line.
Meg anyone's ever seen. I'm like not
Of
even
2?
everyone's seen a Meg, and there's like maybe 4 total.
I think the stuff in the I love the I think it's so silly having mechs like we're in mech suits now on the bottom of the ocean.
I'm so happy. I don't even care.
And we get a Meg versus giant squid, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Some dinosaur creatures in this one. I really love the shot of Statham. There's 2 shots I really love. It's one Statham driving the jet ski and the Meg comes at him and you see him like twist, but then Statham riding the wave with the harpoon as the Meg is coming at him.
so stupid.
Like,
I also
that's
love.
the stupid I want.
I love the big dumb octopus.
Yeah,
I don't know if did you guys watch the Chinese trailer?
I did. I thought I found it better. I found it better.
You might want to check it out, Ben. There's some good editing in there, and you get some more of that.
It takes out the 65 million years ago. One thing ruled blah blah blah.
The text, but it still shows the dinosaur.
Yeah.
Dinosaur getting eaten.
So that is, they clearly have a bigger budget. That's from the first book. That's actually the opening of the first book. Is going back to ancient times and a T-Rex getting eaten. It's actually kind of weird they're doing it in the second movie because it's supposed to be the thing that like establishes just for an audience that like these were megalodons. This is what they did, and then you launch into a modern day story. But whatever, have your fun. It will be essentially all that you already saw. A T-Rex runs into the beach too close and gets eaten. That's it. That's the story. But it's fun. You get to see more of the octopus in the Chinese trailer, which I thought was goofy and silly. The mech suit thing, Brandon, makes me believe that they might put how Statham's character kills Jonas, how he kills a Meg in the first book in this one now.
When he goes inside the Meg.
Right, because you could use the suit as a vehicle to get that death. And I think that kill is rad as hell. So like it genuinely shocks me. I'm like, that is the only reason I would have thought Statham fit the role is for that kill alone. So I'm kind of hoping they do it.
Yeah, I really hope this is silly. I was actually trying to say something else. About Statham, about something. Nope, it's gone. It's gone forever. Who knew?
A fair chunk of the cast from the previous one is not back. It's pretty much just two, Statham and the other guy.
Yeah. Ben, what are you watching it now?
No, I was because we were talking about the scene with the dinosaur, and it reminded me of a little fun fact. I just wanted to double check and make sure it was true that one of the natural predators of a moose is a killer whale. And just
that's true.
It just reminded, like when the megalodon jumps out of the ocean, it just made for some reason made me think of like when a moose sometimes dives down into waters to try and get some algae for food. An orca could be like, "Oh, sweet chomp."
Let me tie this into a really lovely bow for you real quick, Ben. That's going to tie into Brandon, which he's going to really like. Back when Steve Alton wrote that and the T-Rex just gets too close to the shore and so gets eaten by a Meg, we didn't know then that T-Rexes would swim. We now know that T-Rexes swam, like actively swam in the ocean. And that's in Prehistoric Planet, baby.
Mm-hmm. Prehistoric Planet's pretty good.
So yes, they absolutely were potentially prey of the megalodon.
Did you send me this, Sparks? Where it's like the difference between God, comma, killer whales are so cool, and God, killer whales are so cool, no comma? And it's just a picture of flying killer whales in the cosmic of space.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, yeah, Meg 2 looks fun. I'm interested. Oh, I remember they talk about the trench as if it's the breach in Pacific Rim.
Yes, they do.
And I found that very funny
because apparently they are making it that because they are like really flooding in other things into the trench, which is in the book, but I think they're going hard with it.
Right, because in the book there's a plesiosaur down there, right?
Yeah, there's a couple of other things that are like, but they're saying like you have to remember that in the first movie, the only reason the Meg gets to the surface is because it is living in the blood of the other Meg that is dying, and that's the reason it's able to acclimate to the different temperature. But the reason that the Megs have only been able to live by these trenches is because of the heat. And then in the second book, the Meg you're focusing on where all this stuff starts is because of the Megs that are already at that level, right? They're already in that climate. So like there is stuff that happens on the trench, but like we're talking about a ton of creatures now getting to come up to the cold water, whatever. I don't care. I'm really glad that like earlier this year I put Meg 2 as a discussion topic for this podcast, and everyone went, I don't know. And now this trailer's out, and everybody's like, yeah, all right.
My thing was I wasn't sure if it was coming out this year.
Oh, I was sure it was.
All right. Shall we go into our main topic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, what? Ah, damn it. I almost made it. There we go.
Oh,
I made it. I was so close too. Okay, yes, we are talking about the next two Indiana Jones movies, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, and Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. Once again, if you have not listened to our first Indiana Jones discussion where we talked about Raiders of the Lost Ark and Temple of Doom, that is up now in the description below. Please check it out. These will pair nicely together. So full spoilers for both these movies. I'm sure you've seen them, but I do want to say that anyway because that's just what I do. Full spoilers for both these movies. Shall we get right into it?
Might as well.
mhm.
All right. We'll start with Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. What did we think of this one?
Classic, true classic.
Yeah.
Classic Indiana Jones. An amazing film, great story. Shows Indy who he is from the very beginning. Shows that he's not always about the treasure, he's about his family. The treasure sometimes could be a sweet point, but he's I mean, given the time it was made, he's there like, hey, this is a rare artifact, people need to see it, know the history, belongs in a museum, the famous joke. What more can I say? I mean, this movie is fantastic. It was such a joy to watch this movie again. I haven't seen Last Crusade in a long time, and it was just so great to watch this again.
Okay. I'm so sorry, Sparks, but I want to get you. I'll get you next. I had more I needed to say in the top of the episode. Indiana Jones: The Last Crusade came out in 1989. Directed by Steven Spielberg, obviously. Written by Jeffrey Boehm. Importantly, each Indiana Jones film was written by a different person. So Jeffrey Boehm wrote this one. He had written at that time Lethal Weapon 1 and 2, Inner Space, and The Lost Boys. And then he would go on to create the TV series The Adventures of Briscoe County Jr., which is incredible. I love that show. Tom Stoppard, who wrote Empire of the Sun for Spielberg, was brought in to punch up the dialogue. So a lot of the stuff between Henry and Indy, that's Tom Stoppard, uncredited. He was a script doctor. Okay, Sparks, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. It's Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, and it's more good Indiana Jones. How could it possibly go wrong or fail? Indiana Jones is always a hit, my friends. There is no bad Indiana Jones film, so yeah, it's a good time. It's not my favorite of the trilogy, which I didn't know if I felt that way for sure until this last viewing, because this one, unlike the other two, I have not seen in at least a decade.
Yeah.
And so I was like, oh, is that one of my favorite? Watch it again, and I'm like, nah, no, it's not. That's okay, though. It's still very good.
All right. There we go.
You were waiting for that, weren't you?
For the listeners, just so you know, Brandon has pulled out a big, goofy Indiana Jones hat and put it on over his headphones, and then had to adjust his headphones. And that is the comedy you are missing if you are not watching on the YouTube.
Yes, that is. This is awful. I can't do this. Yes, this is my favorite. I love Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. I can't take myself seriously with that thing on my headphones. I love Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. It is my favorite of the Indiana Jones films. This is the one that I watch the most. I've watched it five times this year. When I was on my cruise in December, it was one of the movies on the Action Channel, and you bet your ass I was seated every single time it popped up. Even if I had to go to dinner, I was watching it. Don't care what part it is, watching it. I adore this movie. This is for me. This is the one. All right, let's get into it.
Yeah.
So,
Can you start off by elaborating on more of why you feel that way?
So this is where my love of the trope between of a father and son reconnecting of an estranged father trope that Spielberg does so much. This is where I fell in love with that trope. Ever since then, whenever I see this trope, it's not always well done, but I'm always really invested in these types of stories. And this is where it came from. This is my favorite soundtrack of the three. This is I love the chemistry between Harrison Ford and Sean Connery. Like, I love their chemistry so much. I think they're just having a blast. For my money, this was the last time that Lucas, Spielberg, and Ford were in sync.
Well, yeah.
And like, I don't even think they were this in sync in Temple of Doom. I think, but here, like, this was like, Spielberg's in his element, Lucas is in his element, Ford is in his element. Everyone is in top form in this movie. I adore it. I adore it so much. Look, it's not the best one in the franchise, I'm sure. Like, I'm definitely colored by my perception of this film 1000%, but it's, it is what it is. Like, this is the one for me that I return to all the time.
It's definitely this one and Raiders I return to a lot out of all the films. I mean, I said this last time about Raiders. Raiders is, to me, it's the perfect adventure movie. You say adventure movie, you think Raiders of the Lost Ark. Last Crusade is that again, but with even more deeper character moments and a deeper story, where Indy is not out to find the Holy Grail because it's like, the Holy Grail, I must go get it. It's like, the Grail belongs in the museum. He goes to get his dad, and then his dad convinces him to go get the Grail because if the Nazis get it, shit's gonna go bad. And it's like, well, I hate the Nazis, might as well. As long as you're safe, cool, let's go. And just this whole time with him also connecting with his dad connecting with his dad throughout the journey, the whole time I was watching this, I actually thought about Brandon a lot. I was like, no wonder, because Brandon, I know how much you love these type of films. It's like, wow, no wonder Brandon loves this movie so much. Or I was like, I'm pretty sure this is going to be your favorite of the Indiana Jones film because of the story between Indy and his dad.
Yeah.
And
every single time when we get to the end and Indiana is hanging by and Henry's got Indiana and we had that slow moment where he just says Indiana. Like, oh man, every single time I cry. Every single time I watch this movie, I cry.
Or even just the banter between the two when they're on the blimp and they're finally having a drink, and then, or when they get on the motorcycle and he's like, no, Marcus is that way. He's like, and sorry for the horrible impression, please forgive me. He's like, but my diary is in Berlin, and they have to go to Berlin.
The two of them together. I'm like, obviously Sean Connery is, for those of you who don't know, which I think all of us here knows, Sean Connery is playing Harrison Ford's father because the idea for Indiana Jones came from the James Bond script that Spielberg wanted to write. So it's the in joke that James Bond is Indiana Jones' father, and I think that's very clever and kind of funny in its own right. I think everything Ben's saying is really interesting too, because like, there's a line in this movie where he says, I don't care about the Grail, I just want to find my father. And that's the theme of the movie. Like, Indy kind of gets pulled into this quest because of his dad, and I really like that. Because the it's one of those things, like, much like Raiders, where like the journey is more important than the destination. And for here, I think what's interesting about the MacGuffin of the Holy Grail is that it's not it's Indy doesn't get it at the end. He gets the Sankara stones at the end of Temple of Doom. He gets the Ark of the Covenant at the end of Raiders, but he doesn't in this one. But he does get what he was looking for. And Brody says in the beginning, the quest for the Grail is a quest for the divine in all of us. Like, it's not, even Marcus knew the quest for the Grail is more important than getting the Grail. Like, that's what's important. And so like, that's the journey that Indy is on. Yeah. And even Henry, to an extent, Henry's obsessive nature of finding the Grail has blinded him to his son.
Yeah.
But through the quest, he's illuminated, as he says, illumination.
Yeah, like when what's his name? Is it Kareem? Chasm, thank you. Like when Indy has Chasm, they're about to get destroyed by the propeller in Venice. He's like, "Why are you trying?" He's like, "You're looking for the Grail." It's like, "No, I don't care about the Grail. you can tell that's when Chasm finally decides to reveal like who this brotherhood is. It's like, we're guys who are trying to protect the Grail. You're looking for it. Is like, I don't give a damn about the thing. I just need my dad. He's like, okay, this is where your dad is. Bye.
I will say, I've said a lot of good things about this movie. The Grail Knights, Chasm and his group, I don't get why they're here. I've never understood why they're here outside of a pretty interesting chase scene in Venice. I don't get their purpose in the story.
Like you don't get why they're used in the story in a film sense, not like what they're actually doing.
No, I get what they're doing. Like, they're the Magi.
Yeah.
But I don't. But the film has cut so much of because I was reading up on this film. They were from the previous draft.
Mm-hmm.
They were the villains in the previous draft, and they were left over. I think you could have cut them all entirely, and it doesn't really change much.
I don't know how much I'd agree with that, but I don't 100% disagree with it.
It's because they don't really amount to anything really. They show up again to distract the Nazis on the trail, but I don't. They're always kind of the moment where I'm just kind of like, I don't really understand what you're doing here.
I get it. Like, you could argue that the Nazis are an insurmountable force until they take out enough of them that Indy and the others can finish the rest.
True.
You can argue that, but you can also argue the film could be written that way. But then the Nazis wouldn't be as big as an impressive compared to the Raiders version of them. So they have to be more, and they have to be more daunting. So I hear you.
Yeah.
I think that their first scene is very good because I think it's interesting for Indy to encounter someone who their job isn't to do what the Nazis are doing. You know, their job is to stop Indy from finding something historical.
Right.
And he's never had to encounter that before. I won't say the film does enough with it, perhaps. The fact that like he never brings them up to his dad.
Mm-hmm.
Because like I feel like that would be the important part, right? Like his dad should have some knowledge of them.
Yeah.
At some point, whether he's given the knowledge by Indy or like he has knowledge of them himself or like something like that. So I won't disagree that I think like their involvement in the film could be better. Let me see if I have any other specific notes about them other than them being the clear inspiration for the Mummy's Magi execution.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. I think the Magi are executed well, better. But I guess so another thing I really like about this movie is how it's paced. I think it's paced incredibly well. There's something that I've kind of never gotten over since I heard it, where James Mangold was talking about directing Dial of Destiny and the advice that Steven Spielberg gave him to do Dial of Destiny. And he said, for Indiana Jones, always be moving constantly. You do not stop. And I feel that in this movie in a good way. Like, I really feel like we get enough kind of emotional, quiet moments, but they're interrupted by action. And the action is always in service of the character. Is always Henry. When Henry enters the action, it's good. It informs Henry's character as he's going to know Indiana through kind of a typical day for Indiana Jones, right? Like there's the line where it's like, "You call this archaeology?" Forgive my bad impression. And so I really like how it's paced in the sense that like it's never boring, it's never slow, it's constantly moving until the end, and I'm constantly just like jazzed to be on that ride.
Sure, I agree with the pacing of it. On the note of the Grail Knights, I think the biggest advantage is that it holds off you getting to the Nazis as the bad guys, because just as you brought up, like the pacing's very good. Like when they're at the scene in Venice and they discover the Night Shield, all very good. They have that great boat chase scene. I also really like that. Like you wouldn't get that with a Nazi where he's holding him and he's saying like, I'm prepared to get killed by this propeller. I love that stuff. Like the idea again of like Indiana has encountered someone made entirely of belief. And that's something he's never we haven't watched him rub up against like that.
That's a good point.
That being said, I think that like if you take them out, you have to have the Nazis pursuing them in Venice. So you have to get to the Nazis faster because you still need the movie to be moving. You need that action and everything and that sense of like urgency. So you have to drop the Nazi flag even sooner. And like, that would be a little bit of a bummer, I think, in terms of comparison to Raiders still. Being so entrenched in 100% the Nazis right off the get-go, rather than the reveal when he goes to get his dad at the castle that Nazis, hate these guys.
A quick fun fact that I just thought of: Christopher Columbus wrote the first draft of this film back when it was called Indiana Jones and the Monkey King. That movie sounds wild. There's a one-armed Nazi with a robot arm, and I kind of really want that game. This film is set in 1938. Raiders are set in 1932. There is, what was it? I wrote it down. There is 8 years in between Raiders and the Last Crusade, but 2 years in universe. And I just find that funny.
Yeah, well,
because Temple of Doom is a prequel.
Yep, that's how it goes.
So it's funny because what is it? 1935 is Temple, and then or is it 1934?
1934 is Temple. 1935 is Raiders, and 1937 is Last Crusade.
Add a year to Raiders and Last Crusade. It's 36 Raiders, 38 Crusade.
Then Temple is 1935.
So it's like he does that, and then he does Raiders, and then 2 years later he does this. But like, that's really funny that like it's been 8 years in real time, but only 2 years in universe.
He doesn't look that much older, so it doesn't really matter. He doesn't.
Harrison Ford's clearly having a very good time in this movie, which is always nice to see because
he has a good time in all the original three.
Yeah, and we'll get to it, but I would also argue Kingdom.
I'll argue for parts of Kingdom.
Yeah. One of my favorite scenes in this whole franchise is in this movie, which is the this is a castle, is it not? We have come to see the tapestries.
If you are a Scottish lord, then I am Mickey Mouse.
I love the outfit that Indy's disguise is just, I'm going to put on Elsa's coat and hat. And she puts on his coat and hat.
It is funny to see him do such a silly bit. That is some unique accent work from Harrison Ford.
It is. You never really see him do something like that.
No.
I really love the and it's really funny because when you know that his dad is Scottish and he's got that terrible accent. Yeah, I really dig that scene. Speaking of Elsa though, I really like Elsa as a character.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I actually completely agree. She is, because when I remember watching this film from when I was a kid and when I was really young, I only remembered her as the one who wanted the Grail, the one who was, she was the one working with the Nazis. She wanted the Grail. And after rewatching this film, it's like while obviously she chose the wrong side, and she does.
Would you say she chose poorly?
Oh, she definitely chose poorly. When I watched this film, I was like, you know what? While I don't agree with her character, I kind of feel for her character, because even though she has that scene where she's loyal to the Grail and not the swastika, and like, which you can definitely see how she's distraught over watching the Nazis do their book burning when they're having that big parade in Berlin, and she's just watching and she's disgusted, but of course she doesn't do anything because she's employed by these guys. She's there to serve her own means. And of course, she gets her just desserts in the end. She thinks she could reach it, and she falls to her doom. But at the same time, while she is a bad guy,
she's not really a bad guy.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm just kidding.
There's more depth to her than, like, you can tell she doesn't agree with the Nazis, but at the same time, it's like, you're still a bad person.
There's a good amount of discussion to be had about if you side with the Nazis are culpable. And I think in 1989 they weren't really thinking about that. Even Spielberg, who hates Nazis, but like, I think the movie does play. If you look at the movie through the lens of 1989, it does play well that Elsa clearly is not subscribed to the Nazi ideology, But if you look at the movie through the lens of 2023, it still makes her problematic. And I get that she is still a bad person in this movie, but we are meant to sympathize with her, and I think that's a little harder to do in today's climate.
Yeah. But then you got guys like Donovan, who was like, yeah, I'm glad he just turns into dust.
I do like Donovan as a character. Sparks?
Even when I've seen the movie before 2023, so the last time I saw it, probably a couple times before, I don't find her that sympathetic. Like,
Yeah.
I get the movie wants to try to trick me into feeling that sympathetic with the book burning. That's not enough.
Mhm.
Like, the fact that she likes to care for books doesn't change the fact of everything else she's been willing to do. She does ostensibly leave Indy and his father for death. Like, she is not a good person. Like,
Mhm.
there's not a lot of, like, she might not agree with everything the Nazis are doing, but she does agree with a chunk of it. She's not. I don't think like they do enough in the movie to make me think that she has a fully rounded arc of sympathy, especially when, like, if you put into context the scene where she does end up making out with Indy early in the film, just the way that's played, I'm like, there's maliciousness to play it that way,
Yeah.
and then turn coat on him later. So
Good point.
I've never interpreted her that way. I think, like, you could argue she's a victim of the culture she lives in, but, like, she makes choices that aren't good choices.
I mean, you've always through our entire life been far more socially conscious than I am, and so it probably comes into play a little bit there.
She's got a scene later where, like, we're after the book burning scene where we're supposed to think more fondly of her, and they're like looking at the reflective glass on the hill, and they're like, huh, maybe that's not them. And she's like, no, that's Indy. Shoot him.
True, good point. I have really nothing to add to that.
I think she's a good performance. I will say that. Like, I like the role she plays in the movie.
Yeah, I like her as a character. I think she has a really great reveal at the end when it's revealed that she is a Nazi, and you get that standoff moment where Indy's not sure what to do, and Henry's telling him, just let her die. She's a Nazi. So I really like that scene, and I think that the actress plays the character really well. I think she's got good chemistry with Indiana when we first meet them. So yeah,
I wish they'd done more with, like, the idea that lives in the book scene of, like, that she could turn on the Nazis and support Indy. Like, when she, all I could do is scream, which is true. She could have stopped Indy in his tracks right there.
Yeah.
And I feel like you could have done something where, like, she does value the Grail not getting in the Nazi hands more than anything else, and she could have come around to that side and then still fallen to her fate. And you could have done that. It's just the movie's not really interested in telling that story with her.
All right. I want to real quickly jump to the beginning of the movie.
Sure.
If we're good on Elsa. The beginning of the movie is a very silly kind of story of how River Phoenix becomes Harrison Ford. I think River Phoenix is very fun as Harrison Ford. He talked about it after the movie that, and to get ready for the role, he didn't watch Indiana Jones. He watched Harrison Ford, so he mimics a lot of who Harrison Ford is, and I think that shows.
He has a lot of his mannerisms. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's really cool, and I really like River Phoenix as the young Indiana Jones.
There's the bit where he does it's just a snake, and I'm like, that's so Harrison Ford.
Yeah, and like he does the point, and he's still talking, and he has an unbroken sentence when he's doing the snake. Yeah, I really it's a real shame that we didn't get more River Phoenix Indiana Jones. I know he turned down young Indiana Jones, and then died shortly after the show aired.
Sure.
The scene is really silly, and it's really funny to me that they made Solo just 2 hours of that scene. Not a dig, like I like Solo. I just think it's like, it's like this is how he becomes this is how he gets the scar. This is how he gets the whip. This is how he gets the hat. This is how he gets afraid of snakes. I think all of that is very, very fun and silly.
Yeah. I do like the whip moment in particular. I thought that was really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently, credited as Fedora, I think his name is Richard Young. He was meant to be Abner Ravenwood originally. Like that was going to be the idea. It's not, because they took that idea out. But I found that kind of interesting. That would be a weird way to meet Abner.
It would be, especially like Abner not usually wanting to get something for, at least in the context that we're given, from Raiders. Though I guess you could argue he'd be younger, and maybe more foolhardy. The vibe is it's almost a little too. One day this kid will be just like me. It's almost a little too much that.
I'm with you.
I don't know. I actually liked it. Like when that guy, the looter is at the train and he's watching Indiana run from the train after successfully hoodwinked him. He just necessarily smiles like, "Oh, this kid's gonna be good someday."
See, I don't think that's the intent anymore, though. Like you might think that in the moment, but I don't think that's the intent, because what he's really thinking is, I know where he lives. Like, we got him. We know where he's going. He's not really getting away.
I read it as what Ben was saying. The pride in his face. I read it that way.
Yeah, I think you're supposed to read it in that moment. I'm not discrediting that, because when you're watching the movie for the first time, like, that is the read you're supposed to have, because you don't think you're going to see that guy again.
Yeah.
But I do think that there's a part of it where the thing is that he's like, not that he knows where he lives, but like he knows they're still going to get him. He's like, that kid's good, still going to get him.
But that kind of section has a great match cut with the hat, which I really like. And he, I'm gonna put the hat away. And he is on the boat with this dude who had taken the cross. I don't have a lot to say about this scene, except for I freaking adore the double punch when he's over by the dynamite and the two guys run at him and he just takes a giant swing and clocks them both in the chin. I'm like, hell yes.
Yeah, it's a really good transition shot that you were bringing up with the hat thing. The double punch is very good. I think that's really funny. I just like the ship scene in general. I think it's just the whole thing's a good action and roundup piece for Indy in this film.
Yeah.
Something he'd been after the whole time. I don't think you guys are wrong, by the way, necessarily. I think there is pride in Indy in that moment, but I do think there's also an amount of like, I'm gonna get you. I did notice, I didn't bring it up before the last time we talked about these movies, but I do think it's kind of surprising how simplistic the titles remain for these films. They don't get more fancy with it's all still the Raiders of the Lost Ark style. They didn't even, like, once they add Indiana Jones on it, they didn't even do it in the classic font that we have on the, like what's behind us right now, like what's usually there when you see Indiana Jones' name going, like, getting a little smaller as it goes to the right and everything. Like, it looks really cool and everything, and like the titles are still just like plain white text, Indiana Jones.
No, they do it in Temple of Doom.
I don't remember that.
I don't think they do.
No, in the copy of Temple of Doom I have, they did it in that font, and then in whatchamacallit, I haven't rewatched Raiders yet, but in Last Crusade and Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, they do the regular font, but in Temple of Doom, they use that font with what's her name in front of it singing, and it says Indiana Jones in the Temple of Doom.
Oh, you know what? You might be right.
Well, I honestly, it's been a few weeks since I saw it.
Maybe that's why I didn't think to bring it up before, but like looking at it now, I'm like, oh, it's kind of sad. In a way, these opening titles are kind of like, womp womp to me. Not the opening of the film, just the fact that it's like it's less bombastic with the title than I think it should be. Nobody else cares but me, which is fine.
I care.
Not really, and that's
I think it's a valid point to bring up.
All right.
I do.
No, okay.
You have value. So the Venice sequences are really fun. Donovan. Let's talk about Donovan. I think Donovan is a cool villain. I like his reveal. I think it's an effective reveal that he's he's working with the Nazis. But I really like his introductory scene because it allows to do something that Sparks was talking about last time we talked about this, which it allows Indiana to be a dork. And I really like it when Indiana's a dork. I think it's very fun. And Harrison Ford is able to play this character as this kind of bookish professor, and he gets to do it in a scene like this. And I think that's, and we get also when he's inscribing when he's on top of on Sir Richard's shield, we get it there too. But I think it's a very good scene with Donovan and Indy kind of back and forth. How much do we know about the Grail Knight? What have we learned about the Grail stories?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's actually a fun little contest they have there. It's like, oh yeah, I've heard this bedtime story too. I know that. And then he's like, hey, try and ask my dad. It's like, we did. Your dad's the man who's gone missing. What?
That's such a good reveal of that kind of moment, because like, you know, Spielberg was very interested in doing a story about Indiana Jones's father. That's what Spielberg does best, is these kind of stories. The way he unresolved his father issues is by doing all these movies. And he and introducing, we have Indiana talking about his dad and talking about like, yeah, he's a tenured professor and blah blah blah. But the reveal that his dad is going to be an active participant in this movie is a good one, because like, oh, we're actually going to meet, as an audience member, you're like, oh, we're actually going to meet Indiana Jones's father. That's exciting, because we're not expecting Sean Connery to be the type of the Henry Jones that he is.
Mm-hmm.
Which again, I really like him in this role
as a fuddy-duddy professor.
I really like his arc. I really like his arc of as it goes on, because we see him, and it's signified really well, I think, kind of vocally to the audience, where we see him kind of disapproving of Indiana having killed these Nazis, and we're like, hey, look what you did! I can't believe what you did. And then when we see Henry has, later in the tank sequence, Henry has killed some Nazis, Brody says, look what you did! I can't believe what you did. And I think that's a really good signifier of like, oh, Henry has been on this arc, and you see him throughout the movie. He's getting progressively more comfortable doing the things that we know Indiana will do, and taking kind of these orders like, here, man the gun, here, do this. It's a new experience for me, culminating with the Seagulls, where he takes an active participant in the action finally, and then we carry that on through the tank sequence. I think it's a really solid arc and a really fun thing to watch. Sean Connery kind of get more confident with doing some more action as Henry, rather than just being thrown along with Indiana.
One of my favorite jokes between Harrison Ford and Sean Connery is when they're in the biplane and Indy yells 11 o'clock. He checks his watch and goes, what happens? And he does that, and then he accidentally shoots the tail. He's like, I'm sorry, son. They got us.
That is my favorite joke in the whole movie, and I shit you not. When we're Dad, are we hit? Son, I'm sorry. They got us. Like, it is just such a good. Sean Connery is so funny in that moment.
Not only that, it's just a dad thing to do. Mm-hmm. Like like when you're a kid, you don't normally notice your dad mess up. So of course, when it's like, what happened? He's like, they got us, and you turn around and you're like, how did they?
I mean, I really like it when Indiana is kind of stringing people along, because you know he does it a lot in Temple of Doom, even Raiders to an extent, but I would argue less so. But like, Indiana has to kind of string these people along who are not familiar with this lifestyle that Indiana Jones has been living in for years, and so he has that line where he goes into the boat and is like, this is another day for you. Is like, no, but it's better than most. Like, he's got that moment where Henry is kind of seeing what his son actually does, which comes with the line like, you call this archaeology? Mm-hmm. I really like Sean Connery in this movie so much, you guys.
It is one of the best performances he ever gives in his career.
I agree. Thank you for saying it. I didn't want to say it.
It's me saying like, this is a very great performance, and saying like, some of Sean Connery's are not. But he has good ones, and this is one of the better ones.
Yeah. The tank sequence, the tank chase sequence is incredible. I love it so much. I love how it's choreographed. I love how it's shot. I love how it's cut between inside the tank and outside the tank. The line, Jones is getting away. I think not, Herr Doctor. Not that Jones, the other Jones. And Harrison Ford laughing with 4 horses running away. Incredible. I love the tank scene so much. Just everything up until Indy falls. Not Indy, but the Nazi falls off the cliff. Like I think it's incredible sequence.
It is. It's very good. All of the action and chase sequences in this one are really, really good.
Yeah. There's a subtle acting moment that I also really like at the end of that sequence when Indiana is alive and he comes up next to Henry and Henry embraces him, and you see like Indiana kind of fall into his arms and like smile like, oh, I'm getting hugged by my dad. I think that's a really sweet moment.
Yeah, Ford's a very good actor.
Yeah, he really is. You sometimes forget because he really hasn't been for some time.
No, yeah, you do. You really do forget.
Yeah, and let me see. I don't want to just say things I like, but let me go back to my notes. I do wish that we got a little bit of Henry having to deal with rats. We know that he's scared of rats. We get a line of dialogue of it. But one of the things that kind of makes Indiana endearing, and I don't think you need this with Henry. I don't really think you do. It's just kind of a lament more than a criticism. Where I like that we are introduced to Indiana being scared of snakes, and then he has to confront a problem with snakes. But Henry doesn't get that. He doesn't. We learn that Henry is scared of rats, but he never has to confront rats in the scenario. I don't necessarily think it's important to the movie, but it is kind of something I wish we got.
Yeah,
sure.
I agree.
Let's see. The 3 trials are I really like how, man, I will never forget in the Latin alphabet Jehovah starts with an I for as long as I live.
Neither will I.
Like that is something I watched that when I was 2 or whatever. I was not 2, but like whenever the first time I watched it, that line has been stuck in my brain since the first moment I watched this movie. I thought I was so smart. Did you know that in the Latin alphabet, Jehovah starts with an I?
And then my little kid brain would be like, "Who's Jehovah?"
Yeah. So, the Grail Knight we see the Grail Knight and Donovan's old age is definitely evocative of the face melting sequence from Raiders. I don't think it's a better effect. I think that face melting scene is like truly incredible.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
But I really like the effect of Donovan growing old. I like the stop motion elements. We do get a little CGI of the eyes disappearing in the back of the head, which is always terrifying to me.
No, it's really good.
Yeah, I really like it.
Like just and also just Donovan's arrogance, because the whole when you first
I love it. I love it. Like, this truly is the cup of the King of Kings.
Yeah, because he thinks like gold, jewels, status, and it's like even, I mean, obviously we know the answer because we know the answer, but even then it's like you're forgetting who Jesus was, my guy. You're kind of stupid because you're only thinking about what the church does nowadays or what it did back then with like all the gold and the gilded stuff. It's like, no.
Yeah, it's like it would not be made of gold, and that looks like the cup of a carpenter. Yeah, I really like a lot of that. It's interesting how they were able to kind of make something like truly evocative of what this cup could have been had Jesus, like not like the biblical aspect, but like really go into like historically speaking, what would this have actually looked like? Something that I think the Indiana Jones films just do well, at least these 3.
Oh yeah.
Let's see.
I mean, I got notes too. I can throw in anytime you want.
I've been just vamping. Go ahead.
Okay. So there's a lot more expansion on the indie motif in the score.
Yeah.
I probably agree with you. If I ever analyze it for some reason, I have no idea. There's probably a lot to love in this score that makes it the best of them.
Mm-hmm.
But I think there's a lot of good expansion on it from John Williams. The X never marks the spot to X does in fact marks the spot because of the Roman numeral 10 is a good gag. Same with the librarian stamping with
that is such a good gag. I love that so much.
It. Yeah, it's really good. It's really good. There's a lot of there was humor in the other movies, but I didn't feel like as much of it was like send-ups of old school film humor as was in this movie.
Sure.
Like that's a bit from like older films.
Yeah.
For sure. And so is the fireplace bit where they're rotating.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's out of so many old films. I'm like, man, like the humor's good in this movie. There's a lot of like old school film humor in this
and there's
movie.
a lot of great. Go ahead. There's a lot of great visual gags, like you just brought up the fireplace scene. Like when it turns around and Henry is like flush against the wall as he's turning,
Right.
and you get the punch sound effect, and the Nazi falls out.
Right. Yeah.
It's very good.
Yeah. I like the Ark of the Covenant motif when they see it on the wall. I think that's very cute. Yeah. I want to highlight Harrison has. I think this might be the one with Harrison's best performance.
Yeah,
that might be true. I think his acting when they find the Night Shield and how he gets elated about it, I think is very, very good. Mm-hmm. We've already talked about a couple of other parts where he's very good. And that it's also one of Connery's best performances. In a similar vein, I really love his excitement when Indy tells him that they figured out where to start the search. When he tells him the name of the place, like the way that Connery does Henry getting excited is really, really convincing. Yeah. I think their chemistry with each other, you already highlighted, is really strong.
I would agree with you. I think I would agree that this is Harrison's best performance as Indy.
Yeah, I think that's probably accurate. Like, yeah. I don't think he's ever phoning it in as Indy.
Yeah.
But I think this is probably his top level.
Yeah.
There's a really good gag cut from Indy talking up Marcus to the Nazis. Mm-hmm. Smash cut to him being like, "I'm sorry, does anybody speak English? Can anyone tell me where I am?"
Did you catch the line where he says, "No, thank you. No, thank you. I would not like some water. Fish, what poop in it?
Yeah, fish poop in it.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Oh, fish make love to it. It's fish make love in it."
Marcus is a lot in this movie, but it's fun. I really enjoy it. I'm glad Marcus becomes part of this so much.
Me too. I really like the team of Sala, Marcus, Indy, and Henry.
I want to say I love Sala in it. I kind of wish Sala was given more to do.
Yeah.
Like, I love seeing him. I just feel like he's not given enough presence in the movie. Mm-hmm. He has a couple of good moments, but then most of the time he's just kind of also there, which bums me out a little bit. That Saul is not a little bit more of a presence.
I don't disagree with that. I really like him in the movie. But I do wonder, that's a good question. I do wonder how much of that is just, I just like John Rhys Davies as...
Yeah, like I love seeing him.
Character.
But I feel like he's not given enough to do.
Yeah, that's a good point.
We'll get into a couple of highlights in a moment. But I did want to say, like, what you were bringing up some of your favorite jokes. One of my favorite jokes in the whole movie is she talks in her sleep.
And there's the smile.
And then just like the looking back at each other.
The smile Sean Connery gives kills me every time.
Yeah. So one of Sala's best bits is when he's doing the like run, when he's telling Marcus to run and he does the punch. That's a really great, like that whole section with him and Marcus. That's where I'm like, yeah, Sala's in this movie. And then we don't see him again for a while.
Right.
And like that bums me out. And then when we do see him again, I'm just gonna bring it up now because like when we get to the tank scene, like I really like the bit where he grabbed the camels, even though Indy's like, no camels, and he's like, these are to repay my brother for the car. But then Sala leaves the action scene until it's almost over.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I don't know where he goes with those camels.
He goes.
I don't think he got them to his brother that quickly. Like
he gives
just
it to his
takes them
brother
somewhere, and we don't see them again. And then he comes back at the end of the scene. But I'm like, it's over now. Like Sala didn't get to do anything there, and then he's just kind of along for the ride.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm sure. I'm just picturing now. He just runs to his brother-in-law real quick.
Yeah, right. Like it's a good gag. I think it's funny. I just like when Sala comes back, I'm like, oh, I'm really glad you're still in this movie. But also, what are you doing?
Yeah. And then he only in the final in the kind of climactic moment of the movie, he's only serves in the similar role that Marcus serves in, which is just to yell at Indy to hurry.
Right.
But Marcus had more to do in the movie than Sala.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's kind of my thing. Is like I feel like there was room to do a little more with Sala. I just do, especially as we get into that third act.
Yeah.
We talked about it a little bit, but that motorcycle chase scene is just really really good. The way that he stops them and takes them out, and Connery always looks disapproving.
Except for once when he takes the lance.
Yes,
that's when Sean Connery's excited.
Really interesting Hitler gag
when he signs the journal.
Yeah. I forgot about that, and then it came up, and like as it was about to happen, I was like, oh right, this happens in this movie. I was like, it's just weird. It's just weird. I'm not saying it's bad. It's so weird.
Sure. Yeah.
I guess like. I don't think this is a 2023 thing. I think this is a thinking about like Spielberg and like what it means to have Hitler in the movie, and like to use Hitler contextually in a joke just feels a little strange.
Sure. I get that.
I just like I watch it and I'm like, I don't know how I'm supposed to feel about the fact that this is funny.
Mm-hmm.
And like it feels a little off that it is. But it is funny. I don't know what to do with that.
It's very Mel Brooksian, isn't it?
It's almost on that, and I guess it feels just a touch out of place almost. Yeah. In that way, yeah, it feels like a gag I'd see in History of the World, or something. It just feels so strange here. Another one of my favorite jokes, and another one of my favorite scenes is the blimp. And the no ticket gag.
Oh yeah,
I love that so much. Ticket.
That might be my favorite joke in the whole thing is no ticket, and then everybody else like, oh, here's my ticket.
I like the moment when he like takes the guy by the arm, like, oh hey, how's it going? I like the whole blimp scene. Honestly, like I really like the moment between Henry and Indy. Mm-hmm. when they're having that kind of heart to heart where Henry's like, well, I'm here now, talk, what do you want to talk about? And Indy just can't think about anything. It feels very real.
Sure, it does.
So I really like that kind of quiet moment, but then it's interrupted by like, let's go on a biplane now.
I think it really highlights really well this idea of like an experience I think absolutely everybody probably has in one form or another at one point or another with a parent, where it is this idea of like, you're boiling it down to like, how come we never really talk? But like the concept is like, how come we never like actually say anything meaningful to each other? Right. Like, how come there's no there's no important conversation we ever have with each other? It's like, okay. And then usually that is like, that's very of the time. And then on for a while into our parents and everything, like of like a comeback of like, okay, well, I'm here. What do you want to talk about? And like, you're supposed to come up with the topic right there. And it's like, that's not the point. The point isn't that there's something I want to specifically talk about right now. Just like, I want us to have something meaningful shared between us and like wanting to express that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sure. We can all relate.
Oh, really?
I mean, I know you can. I'm assuming on Ben.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm actually Sparks, I'm hoping you have more though. I don't want to stop.
Oh, I
talking.
do. Sure. Yeah. I just wanted to leave room for Ben to jump in.
Ben already said what he wanted to say. He's like, the movie's great. Next.
I mean, kind of, yeah. I really have no notes against it. When I was watching this, I was just having fun watching Last Crusade again.
Ben, I want you to know that I for many years just stopped doing research for the show and just stopped preparing for many episodes. But for these episodes, I was like, I'm going to be more prepared than I've ever been prepared in my freaking life.
Okay.
So I have got pages, baby.
Oh,
Brandon throwing previous episodes just under the bus, just whoosh.
Me in previous episodes.
Sure.
Who directed this? I don't know, some dude.
The Nazi in the tunnel when they're doing the plane chase, and he just comes sliding through before he blows up.
He just explodes.
Also, one of my favorite Henry bits, and I think just a good bit between like Indy and Henry, and Indy seeing like this different way of approaching things, but like an admiration for his father and how he does it with the umbrella and the birds.
Yeah.
And he quotes Shakespeare in that moment. Right?
Charlemagne, I think.
Right, Charlemagne.
yeah, Charlemagne.
I just remembered my Charlemagne.
Overall, the movie has just a lot of great action and great humor. That's just true across the board.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. I wish Ryan were here for this, guys. We have a question.
Yes.
And it's a question we both have. How did they turn everything around on the Nazis at the end, guys? What happened? Yeah, okay. So all of a sudden, Sala has a gun on the Nazis and says, "Drop it, please." And there's a sound right before that at the cavern wall that the Nazis turn and look at, but we don't see anybody come in. How did they turn everything around on the Nazis at the end of the movie, guys?
Okay. I see what you're saying. And I thought that the people who were left with Donovan were the Sultan's men, not the Germans. And so when they see Henry alive, they get spooked. And then the Nazis who are left the spooked guys drop the guns, and that's Sala picks up the gun and the Nazis are taken aback by the commotion of the others leaving.
Okay. That's what happens?
That's how I've always seen the scene.
Cool. It is not clear.
Yeah.
It is not clear how they get the upper hand on the Nazis. It's also not clear why the Nazis are just like letting Indy heal his father. He walked out with the Grail. What are you doing?
I mean, these are stormtroopers. They don't have brains.
Sala gets a gun on one of them, and they all drop them. It's just
the movie needs to be over.
It's just a little strange. That's
Sure.
all I'm saying. It's just a little strange. And then they all conveniently, like, thank goodness there was only this amount. They all fall in the cracks, I guess, or they run away.
That's true. I really like the one of the things I really like about the Indiana Jones franchise is the price that comes with finding these mystical artifacts.
Mm-hmm.
The Ark of the Covenant. If you open the Ark of the Covenant and you're not pure of heart, you die. Or I'm sure that's probably it, or not. But here it's like, yeah, you can be immortal in this temple, but once you leave this temple, you won't be immortal anymore, and the Grail can never leave this temple.
Right.
And I really like the kind of price of the price of immortality. I like that that's in this movie, and that Elsa's greed triggers the destruction of the temple.
Right. There's a great and classic energy that you just can't get away from how they do like the knight and his presence and the way he treats Indy as he comes in and the others. Something very iconic about that for sure.
Yeah, I really like his lighting, which he is illuminated under like this kind of cold bluish light.
Yeah.
And everyone else around him is in the warm light of the fire.
Yeah, everyone else around him.
I mean, she just couldn't let the Grail go.
And Brandon already brought it up at the top, but the Indiana Let It Go is really good because it's him having called him Junior throughout the movie, really speaking to in 1989 terms of a set in the 30s film, acknowledging his preferred identity,
Yes.
and to bring him to recognize like what he's the very trap that he's allowed himself to fall into that Elsa just did.
Yeah.
I appreciate that a lot.
I do too. Every single time when this just always gets me.
For sure.
Okay. Shall we rate it?
Yeah, let's do it. Named after the dog. I do just like, I love Sala being there. I think that's even part of it. Like why I don't get that moment entirely is when Sala gets a gun on them is like Sala just didn't get enough presence. So like it's such a whirlwind moment. I wish he was given just a little bit more.
Sure.
It's maybe my one actual gripe about the movie.
Smart. Yeah. Oh, the cinematography is good again in this movie.
Of course. The cinematography and the lighting. Did you look up if it's the same from Temple of Doom? And yeah, I'm not surprised. They have a, regardless of the writers changing, the cinematography consistency between these three films is part of why I think they just like kind of stand pristine in their own way.
Yeah, I agree. So Ben, why don't you rate it?
Oh, rate it easy. 9 out of 10. Still awesome time, fun movie. Can't really say anything negative about it. It's a great Indiana Jones film.
Sparks?
Well, it's a 10 out of 10. I don't know what Ben's doing.
I was about to say.
It's a 10. Hey, I can't say anything negative about it. 9 out of 10. It's a 10. It's this and Raiders. They're 10s. Like, baby, you don't get better Indiana Jones than these.
I'll say Raiders is a 10, but it's a 10 because of nostalgia's sake. And it's a 10 because I've seen that one the most.
Disagree with that too.
And it's a 10 because when I hear the term adventure, I instantly think of Raiders first, but then I think of Last Crusade second. Not to say Last Crusade's a bad movie. It's definitely not.
Look, I'm not here to criticize other people's rankings. Everyone's allowed to rate and rank anything however they want, and I don't think like you should compare films, which is why I'm not going to be like, Ben, if the third Bill and Ted movie is a 10, why is this a 9?
He didn't give Bill and Ted a 10.
Because films are different. That's right. Ben was out of his mind.
I'm
not judging. Everyone has their own way of doing it. I am far too kind. I will usually rate things higher than maybe they would be by most people, but I'm like, if I don't need to be picky about it, then it's this. In my heart, 10 out of 10.
Same for me, 10 out of 10. This is my favorite Indiana Jones film, one of my favorite Spielberg movies. I adore. I cannot emphasize enough how much I just love this movie, just with all my heart.
All right, now that we did that, real quick, Grayson said, never really thought of it, but with Harrison Ford playing Indiana the way he did, could he have played an Iron Man or Reed Richards back in the day? Yes on the Iron Man, no on the Reed Richards, and like, we're doing a lot of like contextual stuff, like, but at this age, could he have played Iron Man? Absolutely.
That's a good point. Well, should we go into Kingdom of the Crystal Skull then?
Real quick, also, Grayson, yes. If you follow along, our episode after the next two come out is going to be all Indiana Jones. It's going to be Indiana Jones for a while on Real Score.
Okay, Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. I wanted to give my thing a highlight. So this is the fourth installment of Indiana Jones. Indiana Jones: The Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. Once again, directed by Steven Spielberg, written this time by David Coep, who directed with Spielberg Jurassic Park 1, who wrote with Spielberg Jurassic Park 1 and 2, Mission Impossible 1, Spider-Man, the 2017 Mummy, Kimmy recently, War of the Worlds, and he is one of 4 credited writers on Dial of Destiny, which I found interesting. Lawrence Kasdan came back to script doctor a lot of the relationship dialogue between Harrison Ford and Karen Allen.
What amount there was?
What amount there was? That was Lawrence Kasdan. All right, that's all I got up top. So let's get into it. Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. What do we think?
Benjamino.
Well, this is the first time I've seen it since theaters. I'm
Ditto.
And honestly, I don't hate it as much as I did back then. I still think take out the aliens, put in something else, you have a decent Indiana Jones film. I definitely think pop culture and like the general consensus about this movie has definitely kind of taken or definitely given me like added fuel to the bias fire. Really, it's if you compare this one to the other ones, it is a very, I don't want to call it paint by numbers Indiana Jones film. I want to give it credit for trying something new, and that is the aliens. But at the same time, aliens just don't fit with Indiana Jones being an adventure. But I will give them credit where credit's due. They tried something new, and really, now that I think about it, it's not as bad as I remember it. Some parts aren't the best, but it's there.
Sparks?
I, like Ben, do not think it's as bad as we remember. I've talked a lot of trash in the lead up to Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, but I don't think I've seen a lot of bad movies, and Kingdom of the Crystal Skull is not a bad movie. It is perhaps misguided, and I think that the aliens are not the problem. They really aren't. I think execution is the problem.
I agree with that.
Yeah. Personally, I am of the opinion that it's not. It's kind of, for me, around Temple of Doom. As you guys know, I was not as hot on Temple of Doom as you guys are. I really like the movie. Truthfully, I like every Indiana Jones film. I've seen all of them multiple times. I still find enough to like about this movie to rewatch it frequently. But I mentioned that that Last Crusade was it's the three of them, Lucas, Ford, and Spielberg, in sync. This is them not, and it's painfully obvious that they're really just not in sync for what this movie was going to be. And they, because of that, probably shouldn't have made this one. And I know that's why the fifth Indiana Jones film never got off the ground, is because they just couldn't agree on what that movie was going to be. So that's kind of a bummer, but yeah, it's fun. I have a lot to talk about with this one. It has my favorite Paramount transition.
Well, sure.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good, this one.
All the others just fade to black. That's not fair.
No, the Paramount ones always fade to a mountain. The Paramount logo is always, it's a staple of the franchise. It fades into, every single time, fades into a mountain. The first one is the mountain that we're kind of zoomed in on before we go down to meet Indy. The third one is, what's the third one? Oh, the second one's really funny. The second one is the gong. It fades into the Paramount logo is on the gong.
Mm-hmm. And the third one the third one is the mountains in Utah. Yes,
the third one's the mountains in Utah. But this one is the molehill, the Gopher Hill. I just find that very funny for some reason. It's one thing.
They made a mountain out of a molehill.
Cute. I like that. This was this is kind of, when I was watching this, I was a little concerned. I was like, oh my goodness, Paramount's not making Dial of Destiny. We're not going to get a transition from the Paramount logo. And then I saw their name was on the poster, and I was like, oh baby, are we going to get one more? We're going to get one last one. So let's get into it. Crystal Skull. I think Sparks is right. The execution is shit.
It's just sloppy.
I have had to wrestle with the inclusion of the aliens, interdimensional beings, for many, many years, because I'll contend that honestly, this movie's got me for a lot of its runtime, and then it loses me, the exact point is when Shia LaBeouf is swinging with the monkeys, but but the when we get into kind of what the crystal skull is, the thing about Indiana Jones that I've always liked is the ambiguity of just mysticism, right? Like, we never really know that Jesus Christ was real. We know that the Grail is real, so therefore the story around the Grail must be real. But it could just be a mystical artifact with with history that we made up. Same with the Ark. Same with the Sankara stones. I mean, the Sankara stones are a made up MacGuffin based on a real thing. So, but the crystal skulls being from aliens, and then we see the aliens, and we see the saucer, and we see all this, and I'm like, that's too much. You for me, you're kind of breaking. To me, it breaks the world a little bit.
I don't 100% agree with that.
Sure.
I don't think it breaks anything any more than a knight that lived as long as the knight did in the Last Crusade.
Sure.
What I do think is that the saucer is a step too far.
Yeah.
I will say that. I would feel maybe a little differently about seeing the alien if Indy saw the alien alive. He didn't.
Mm-hmm.
You know, no one did, technically. Cate Blanchett's eyes burst into flame. So I hear you.
But we see
No.
I
agree. Yeah. I would have preferred, and I talked with Ryan about this, like the way to do this in classic, what we've watched trilogy-wise, indie fashion, is that I really like the idea of the skeletons like starting to combine with each other because of the way the thing is whirling around. And so that's what it looks like. And I would have cut that like halfway before it really forms into anything. And then you just cut to Cate Blanchett's face and the horror of what she's seeing, and her eyes can burst into flame and all that. And you leave it. And that's it. And no saucer. You don't see the final thing she saw. That's how you do it, right? Like, that's classic indie trilogy way. And if they'd left it at that, I would be much, much more on board with the execution of the alien stuff.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I think they just overshow the hand. And also because the CGI is not good, even for the time, which is nuts. This was not a low-budget movie. But, like... No. Peter Jackson's King Kong came out a few years before and looks better than this.
Yeah.
I definitely, while I was watching this movie, I definitely remember, I mean, obviously the skull should be like the dead giveaway. Like, it's aliens, but like when I saw it, I was like, I thought it was just like a freaky ass skull. That's all I thought. And like the reveal of the aliens was, you know, inside the saucer when they all come together, you see them and the saucer goes up. But when we see when they're in, the camp and Indy's chained up and you see the remains of the dead alien already, it's like, wow, because I do not remember that from my first viewing.
Can I interrupt you real quickly? And because you brought up the dead alien, I don't understand the point of that dead alien to the story.
It's supposed to be from Roswell, New Mexico.
I get that. I don't understand, like, Cate Blanchett's like, I've searched everywhere for this thing. It doesn't take her closer to Akatar. It doesn't have any hint at where Akatar will go. It's just she's just looking for she's just collecting these things.
Not only that, she has this obvious Darth Vader trying to do the Force moment on Indy when she first meets him. And then the FBI agents tell him, like, yeah, she's trying to do like psychic warfare. So you think that's why she's trying to find these skulls, but really she's just like, no, I just want to bring glory to the Soviet Union.
No, she's chasing knowledge.
Yeah.
Like for herself, like that, her obsession is, and that's true of all of our indie villains usually, is that their main obsession usually overtakes them, like their individual obsession, regardless of like the greater thing that they're working inside of. The machinations of the machine don't matter as much as their personal goals. That was true of Donovan. And it's certainly true of
Belloc.
Thank you. And it's even true of our friend from Temple of Doom. Like, even though he lives inside that system, it's all about his power, really. So I don't mind that. I do think again, we go back to execution. Like, it's really just execution. I do think, like, it's weird that we do that moment where she's clearly trying to do some psychic, like she's having, or at least interprets that she's having some psychic connection with the skulls. And that's why she wants it, to greaten that connection and that power. And I just don't think it's delivered on enough clearly. in the script of the film, but I do think that's the intention, Brandon, to answer your question of like, why do they want that? I think she thinks it's a way to deepen her psychic ability.
Yeah, I like the opening scene. Don't get me wrong. I think the reveal of Indiana through his silhouette is really good. He takes on his hat. He's not as old as I remember him being.
I mean, he doesn't look as old, but he is as old as you remember him being. He's still 60 something at this time.
Yeah. So I checked it out. So this film is set came out 19 years after Last Crusade. It is set 19 years after Last Crusade. So it is set in 57, as we know, 1957. Indiana Jones is 58 years old,
right,
at the point of the story. Harrison Ford is 66,
right,
and he looks great, and he's doing a lot of his action, a lot of his stunts, and I think that's awesome.
Sure.
And
how old is Harrison going to be in Dial of Destiny?
He's 83 now, I think. So Indy, there's a scene in Dial of Destiny that we've all lambasted, which he's on the horse. And I was thinking about this because, like, you know, look, he's 83 years old. He's not doing his own stunts. But he's on the horse, and they face replaced him. And I was looking at that, and I was like, man, it's really cool that in this chase scene through the college on the motorcycle, we can tell it's Harrison Ford the whole time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
When we see his face, it's always Harrison Ford. It's not a face replacement either.
For sure. That's definitely true. What I think is, because you went to the opening, what I think is interesting about the opening is that this is the only indie film so far where we don't have a separate opening adventure. What he's doing, we meet the villain at the beginning. Mm-hmm. And it is continuing into what the story of the rest of the film is.
Right.
And that's just interesting. I don't think it's a bad thing necessarily. I do want to talk about what is absolutely a bad thing. And is the real detractor of this movie to me? It's not the aliens. It's not that. It's not the psychic abilities. It's Mac.
Oh.
Why is he
Mac
here?
Benny did it better. This movie has a lot of Stephen Sommers' The Mummy and The Mummy Returns did it better. Yes. There's a lot of that here that is happening where The Mummy did this and they did it better. He's Benny and they did Benny better. Don't care for Mac. I don't think it's executed well. And in fact, the worst thing that happens in regards to Mac is that he's used as a plot point that I think this is the thing that really makes the opening of Kingdom of the Crystal Skull a drag for me. Completely abandoning the idea of Professor Indy and having to pick up not only War Hero Indy, but War Hero Indy who is suspected by the government of not being worthy of being War Hero Indy. And I'm like, boy, this is a lot of levels of like, did we need to do this?
Sure.
I forgot all about this. I forgot that like the Bureau doesn't trust Indy, doesn't believe he's worth the medals he made fighting in the war. And thus they are ultimately what cost him his time being a professor for the interim of this film because of the investigations they're putting on him. And I'm like, was this, did this matter? Did we have to do this? I don't know how it does anything relevant to the story or to the character that I care about, because you could have just had Mutt come and see him while he's just being a professor.
So you're absolutely right about that. And I think it comes from the fact that, you know, so they obviously, because they said in the 50s, they wanted to do the Soviets, and it makes sense that they would make the Soviets the villains of this piece. But they also want to talk about the Red Scare, where people were, you know, blaming their neighbors. Yes. But that's not addressed to any meaningful length in the film. It's just kind of surface level, and that's really interesting that they decided to honestly take it out or do more with it is really your only option. And this kind of half measure, and that's kind of my issue with the film, and Sparks is absolutely right, a lot of it is execution, but my issue with the film is that there's a lot of half measures here. They don't commit hard one way or the other in many aspects.
And if you are to take, like, if the Bureau is telling the truth, which from Indy's perspective you would have to assume, they tell him that Mac like double-crossed them, and that's one of the reasons that they don't trust Indy now. And so when Max says I was a double agent this one time, but the Bureau says, hey, all those previous times, he ratted out on the people that you guys were protecting. Why does Indy like allow him even near them? Like it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make sense. Like the information that the movie's trying to give us about why these things are happening, it doesn't care enough to like do the follow through on like this is actually informing on Indy's character and like therefore he shouldn't trust Mac, but he ends up doing it because of this dumb double agent shit. Stupid. Just stupid. Mac is an awful character, and like his circumstances for existing in the film actively upset me because they do nothing except like hinder the story from progressing rather than like building Indy's character in this film.
The only positive I'll say to Mac is the joke where it says, once I get out of these chains, I'm going to break your nose.
And he does it. It's great.
Other than that, I don't think Mac should have been in this film at all.
He's a really annoying character. Yeah, it's just crappy. Like I don't like the attack on it.
I mean, you can easily get without Mac being involved in the film, you could easily get the government distrusting Indy because, you know, the Russians brought him to Area 51 and already secure a site. That could give him this just. You don't need to have Mac in or anything like that. And it's just, I completely agree. The whole time Mac was on screen, I was like, get Kate Blanchett back in here. She's much more interesting of a character than this fool.
Yeah, Mac is really frustrating because, like, I'm a simple man. Like, you guys, you know, I'm sure many people think my taste is shit, but like there's a lot of bits where I'm just like, I think that he's funny. And I do think that Ray Winstone.
Yeah, sure.
Beowulf. The last thing before I saw this, I saw him in Beowulf. When I think he and Indiana and he and Harrison Ford have good chemistry for the most part, honestly. But it gets to be the I'm a double agent. Oh, are you a triple agent? No, I just lied about being a double. It's like, I don't care. By the time we get to the end, I'm so checked out of that character. I just don't really care what happens to him.
His best bit, like the best bits with him, and in the beginning of the movie, in that first scene that we see him, and he shouldn't have been part of the film after that.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Soviets should have just abandoned him.
Yeah.
He brings nothing to the film but drags it down. Like even his lines to Indy, like I don't think his accent is very good. I don't like the way he's delivering the lines, and I don't think the lines are very good. They're all just so shallow. And he's clearly such a shallow character that like, it's not like when you get a Sala or a Marcus Brody or I'm trying to think of a bad guy contemporary that's still like this. It's not even like our Nazi who likes to hang his coat. You know, he's got nothing to bring to the table that's interesting.
Yeah.
And he actively bogs the movie down for me. But he does have a bit I really like. And it's when Indy is bringing the vehicle straight at the Soviets in the warehouse. And they're confident they've got him. And he's sitting there shouting, "You don't know him! You don't know him!" And that's the good bit of like someone who has betrayed Indy but worked with Indy so they know what he's capable of, shouting at the Soviets like, "You do not know him."
Yeah.
That is pretty funny. It's not worth him being in this movie for the rest of it. Like, again,
right.
He could have ended at that scene and I would have been like, fine, whatever. But especially the way they handle, like we already talked about it, that war hero distrusted Red Scare stuff. It's just it's not important to the rest of the film.
Yeah.
It just isn't.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. Go ahead.
No, you get more, arguably, you get a better discourse or a better look into like pop culture America when the greasers are fighting the jocks, and that's only a 20-second bar scene.
I hate that scene.
Right. And like especially like Indiana Jones, who got the Ark of the Covenant from the Nazis for the United States. That's someone we're going to distrust.
Yeah.
You got to like really sell me on that, and they just don't.
Yeah.
So for me, that's a pretty big ol' whiff. Real quick. I do think that Kate Blanchett is 100% committed to this character. I won't say that character is always written well, but I will say she's 100% committed, and that helps.
I agree with that. I honestly, I think Harrison Ford is having a really good time in this movie.
I think he is sometimes.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes he isn't.
Which parts do you think?
I don't.
If you can name any.
I honestly don't think he likes like the Bureau investigation scene.
Yeah.
Where they're sitting in there and they're reaming him out for being this like distrusted war hero. And his early, like his very first scene that Ben kind of alluded to with Mutt in the diner and everything, I don't feel like he's having as much fun there as he is later, even with Shia later. Mm-hmm. And certainly with Karen Allen, he practically goes back 25 years in his performance when she's on screen with him. So like, I do think he's having fun at certain points in these movies. I just don't think it's all of them. Mm-hmm. I think that when you get to the end wrap up with the alien stuff, I don't know if it's his performance, like his commitment to the moment, or just like the way it's filmed, but like it's all very clunky once everyone's kind of getting into that room where the skeletons are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with that. John Hurt, when he's not crazy, when he starts spouting interdimensional beings, point of fact, it's a portal to another dimension. I don't care. I don't care at all. I wish he would. I hate all that line of dialogue of like, this is what we're doing. Like, it
didn't matter to clarify.
Yeah, it just doesn't. Like,
or like, yeah, sure, clarify, and then don't do a saucer.
Yeah, and then like there's the line where it's like did they go to space? They went to the space between spaces. Like, come on, shut up, stop.
If that was actually, I'll argue, if that was the only line he said regarding it,
sure.
And like we didn't see a saucer, right?
Yeah,
and like you just kind of see like the place collapse on itself, a la Mommy Returns, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then he said they were like, where'd they go? And he's like, to the space between spaces. I'd be like, that's vague and weird. I like it.
Yeah. Lucas really wanted to do a B-movie sci-fi film,
which I think makes a lot of sense.
I'm of two minds about this. Like I think that you could have done a B-movie sci-fi Indiana Jones film, but you got to commit to that in this kind of half measure that we've ended up with, where it has very much elements of those B-movie sci-fi films, but it also has elements of the pulp films that the original trilogy is trying to be, and the clash isn't working very well. And symbolically speaking, I'm not sure if this is actually what was happening, but symbolically, it feels like Lucas and Spielberg are constantly at odds with each other in the DNA of this film.
Perhaps. This does go back again to, I'll say it again, execution. Mm-hmm. But I do think like, here's what wins me over, right? To say like, I think that the B-movie sci-fi thing can work with exactly what they're doing with Indiana Jones. I understand going for this. You're in the 50s. Pulp stories for the 50s, they're about aliens. Like, it makes sense if you want to, rather than having Indy go after the same kind of artifacts, you want to bring him to the time period he's in, then you do alien stuff. And like, that's kind of fun and cool. And again, I think if like a lot of the alien stuff we already talked about earlier on in the third act had been a little bit more vague, no saucer, not seeing the fully formed alien, all that kind of stuff, I think it could have worked, because the line Indy has at the end where they're talking about El Dorado. Why was El Dorado what it was, the city of gold? And he's like, their word for gold also means treasure. Knowledge was their treasure, and how that was connected to what they learned from them. I'm like, you bring that full circle in that whole way. And like the El Dorado part of it is the thing that's like old Indy connecting with the sci-fi side of it. And I'm like, that can all work. It's just execution.
Yeah. You brought up the line of dialogue where he says, actually the word for gold is treasure, knowledge is the treasure. There's a lot of that in this movie. There's a lot of him going, actually it means like resting place. Like, oh, it's not birthplace, it's resting place. As in final. There's a lot of that in this movie. More so than the other Indiana Jones films. I guess it's not a criticism. It's just more of a comment.
To be honest, I kind of liked it because that part of it, what I like in the script is that I feel like I'm seeing Indy the professor out on the job more than I usually do, because he's actively teaching Mutt even before he knows Mutt is his kid.
That's a good point. I do appreciate how much, once again, we talked about Last Crusade, how much more dork Indy we get.
Yeah, I think he's being more of the professor at this point in his life, and I don't mind that. I don't mind him bringing more of like, there's a more of a little bit more of a desire to want to teach. And if you wanted to get like definitely more big brain about it than they were at the time, and Indiana Jones, who has gone through the action of the war, would in theory be more drawn to the wanting to share the knowledge side and the fascination with history and the exploration, rather than being as focused on action being the desire of what he's doing. He's going to be so much more into, I want to share this knowledge is important, and nobody's focusing on it anymore.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I will say, I just want to make just a quick note. It does suck to do the alien stuff in this regard, where it is yet another story that is taking the idea of Mayan and that area civilization being as advanced as it was for its time in terms of discovering irrigation and agriculture, and basically saying, well, the only way they could do that is because aliens showed them how.
Aliens.
And like, because they're doing that, it detracts. It's a very intentional or not racist perspective, where it is baked into the way we know a lot of stories have done this kind of look at the Mayan civilization and said like, oh, but aliens perhaps with the pyramids and how they constructed themselves and their lives and the calendar and all this kind of stuff. And like, you do fall into a little bit of a hole where like, no, they could just have been smart enough to have thought of this stuff.
Yeah. It was a popular trope at the time, right? Like,
absolutely. Really, like, I'm not going to fault them for falling into that hole, but it is a shame that hole exists.
Yeah.
I mean, when did Ancient Aliens start airing on the History Channel again?
Well, it was even before that, like Stargate. That's all Stargate's about. AVP.
This is all in that same circle of like time period where a lot of that was happening. It's just a bummer that an Indiana Jones film falls in that hole. And I'm like, it's a pretty racist perspective that's been talked to death about.
Yeah. I do like the line "Das Vidania, Dr. Jones."
Sure.
It's good line reading.
Shall we talk about the fridge?
I want to talk about the cinematographer first.
Ignore the fridge in the
kitchen. So it's Janusz Kaminski is the cinematographer for this film. He is kind of Spielberg's go-to cinematographer, was before this film and has been since. Obviously, the cinematographer for the first three films, I forget their name now, but they passed away before this film was made.
Yeah.
Then the cinematography is obviously not as good as it was, but I think it feels too digital. There's a lot more visual effects in this film than there are in the other ones, obviously. And I think that detracts from the film.
There's a lot of green screen used poorly.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, it's one of the reasons why I say, like, for a movie of this budget, even at its time, it shouldn't look this bad.
Yeah.
It's because, again, like, the strongest contemporary, there's so many of those jungle shots where I can tell it's a CGI green screen and what we're looking at. And I look back at King Kong and I'm like, King Kong looks incredible still. Like, there's no reason Crystal Skull should look this bad.
The jungle sequences are I really like the jungle chase scene for the most part. I think it's fun and there's some good banter between the characters. I really like the rocket launcher bit.
That's very funny.
Yeah, he just comes in with the rocket launcher. And I like the argument that's, starts with the argument between Indy and...
I said it has good car action. I want to know specifically what I said. I highlighted all the car action is very good.
But like around that, there's like way too much CGI happening. I understand, like, you can't film in the Amazon, but you could have done something better, I think.
You do feel like just like the disparity between going from the very real and tactile chases in Raiders and Last Crusade.
Even the first chase scene in this movie is real and tactile.
Right. And then to the jungle scene, and it's like, But I'm thinking like when they're going through like the canyons or the desert and all that kind of stuff, and I'm like, that feels so tangible in a way that this just doesn't. And I do think it's a little bit of them still coming out of the early green screen era that may be a little bit more Lucas, right, with the Star Wars prequels now behind him.
Yeah.
And just too enamored with how big you can make something without thinking about how it feels.
Yeah.
Yeah. There is one scene during the jungle chase scene that kind of bothered me a little bit, or there was a sequence that isn't brought up.
When he
and
rips
really
his
there's
pants?
No,
Is it when he rips his pants?
no.
Is that what happens?
I think so. It's
Right.
weird.
Ryan and I were both like, what happened there?
Yeah, it's a really
Do you
weird
know what
joke.
we're talking about, Ben?
No.
Okay, it's the bit where Mutt gives Indy the knife and he slips it down to his hands, and then you hear a rip and he pauses, and then Mutt says, "Oh shit." And like it seems like the implication is that he ripped his pants, but we never
Oh.
see that.
You're right. That doesn't.
And like it could also be read like, did he drop it? Like did he like
I don't know what
open
it's
the
supposed
thing
to
and
be.
drop it? It's such a weird bit. I don't get it.
Neither do I. That's not the bit I was talking about. The bit I was talking about is when Mutt is fencing with Kate Blanchett's character, and Marion is driving, but then she gets hit in the head by a tree branch. Now, obviously, well, she gets hit in the head. She like leans over like she was about to get knocked out, but she doesn't get knocked out, and she just keeps going and is fine the whole time. But the way the camera's focused, it's focused on her, like you see her get hit in the head, thinking, oh, she's hurt really bad. And this, like, obviously, like she veers off, Mutt has to help her, or Indy comes.
That branch broke their windshield too, so like that thing hit her.
Yeah, like it's supposed to signify that something's gonna happen to Marion, but nothing does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a weird cut. I'll acknowledge it's a weird cut.
And the whole time I'm thinking about it's like, is something bad supposed to happen next, right? Like something, because
it presents what it does real quickly, Ben. What it does is it creates the implication of a complication, but doesn't follow up with anything with the complication because nothing really comes from it, right? She just gets hit in the face and then but she continues to drive.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't really. I guess maybe you could argue it's the reason why Mutt gets hit in the balls with a bunch of those giant flowers, but like that's kind of an interesting reading about it. So,
I mean, it turns into a bad get hit in the nuts gag, but more of the whole time I'm thinking is like my focus or my care is about Marion. Is like, is she okay? Is she gonna black out? Does she have a concussion? Is she hurt? Is this gonna lead to something down the line? No, it leads to nothing. It's just Mutt gets hit in the nuts a few times. And
what it should do, right? Like it creates a complication in the action scene, and the action scene and what's happening in the action would get derailed by it, but it doesn't. It just continues on. It's normal.
Yeah, if I was rewriting the movie, I was hoping that obviously it would derail the action, but also it would bring Indy to help, but also realize that Marion got severely hurt and he needs to help, like either resuscitate her, or he realizes that, hey, we're not
asking for a much more grim movie. Marion almost died by getting hit in the face with the tree branch.
Well, she almost died a bunch of times, but it's like that come to Jesus moment where it's like, okay, we should probably be a little bit more careful, and them realizing that, hey, this is a lot more dangerous than we think. I don't know.
No, I get you. Like I think you've articulated it very, very well. There's a line I want to highlight. If you don't mind moving off of that.
No,
I'm good. Do you have anything you want to add about that bit?
No.
There's a line that I really, really like, and it's clearly Lawrence Kasdan, I believe, where it's in the when Indy's freeing everyone in the truck, and Marion says, there must have been a lot of girls after me. Like, yeah, but they all had the same problem. They weren't you, honey.
Mm-hmm.
I love that line so much. Marion is my favorite of the Indy girls. Like, clearly she's great. I talked about her on Raiders. On our Raiders talk. I really like that character.
Not a lot of stiff competition there.
No, but true. But like, I really do love bringing back Marion and having the culmination be that they're like together. Like it's their love has finally blossomed into a marriage.
Yeah. I feel like my only knock on it is that, kind of like Sala, after a certain moment, Karen Allen just doesn't have anything to do in this movie.
Good point.
and it bums me out.
Yeah.
And I kind of wish she was in the movie earlier, so that this Indy and her coming back together thing, the love story, could feel more more real, I guess, because, you know, Indy's been a little bit too much of a hound dog in the movies you see since Raiders, regardless of if Temple of Doom is a prequel or not. You kind of got to build that foundation just a little bit, and certainly for this amount of time, build it again just a little bit. And I don't know that the movie gives itself as much runway as I wish it would have for that.
That's a good point.
Don't get me wrong. The moment that she and him see each other again, it's like I said earlier, it's like they both light right back into their chemistry on Raiders. But the chemistry between the actors doesn't change the fact that like a little bit more time to the characters was needed, I think.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I'll go ahead for a little bit if you want, Brandon.
Oh, I was just going to say we should go to the fridge, but sure, continue.
Oh yeah, let's go to the fridge. I actually don't hate this as much as other people do. I think that like, yeah, it's stupid and hokey and whatever, but Indy's done similar bullshit. Like this might be the most extreme, but like it doesn't bother me.
No, it doesn't bother me either. It's definitely silly, but I like the kind of scene leading up to it where he's realizing where he is, and he runs up to the Soviet car. Oh, sure, don't get me.
That joke is really good. I just think at the same time that you did this, you could have done a fallout shelter and been just as like, you did it, nice.
And then the fridge is the fridge leads to honestly what I think is a really good shot, which is Indiana overlooking the explosion.
Sure.
I think that's a really cool shot.
He's too close.
But he is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. No, I get it. Like, it's whatever. It's fine. While we're at that, the rocket car thing that takes him away from them, really fun.
Yeah, I like it. I like that Soviet guy, the buff Soviet evil dude. He's a fun. Yeah. Kind of no. What'd you say?
No, go ahead. Finish your thing.
Well, he's just kind of a fun like what's the like kind of a fun like non-speaking role. He has dialogue, but like he's very much that kind of presence of like I'm just henchman, but he's kind of
he's a bruiser.
He's a bruiser. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. He's a bruiser. Yeah,
he's a good bruiser.
Yeah.
I like our little. Oh, here's the Raiders again. Here's the Ark. Remember? I don't mind it. It's fine. It's cute. It had been long enough that I think it's fine.
Okay. The music in this one. I think Williams realized too much. As much as I'm really happy to get Marion's theme again, the love theme between Marion and Indiana, which we do get a lot. I think Williams realized too much on older material for this film.
Sure, I agree. There's not a lot of new here. Not a lot of standout new.
Yeah, and I think that's a shame because I think all three of the previous Indiana Jones films have really good soundtracks.
I'll be honest with you, Brandon, because I know we're doing a real score about this. I sat there and I'm like, we're doing a whole episode on this one. That's going to be rough.
But it'll be fun.
It'll be educational. Yeah, it's I most specifically like when he uses their music for the wedding.
Yeah.
At the end. I think that's really cute and it works really well. It's very nice. But yeah, the score is just it's not very standout impressive in this one.
Yeah. I already said they rely too much on CGI also. It's apparently like they've talked about it beforehand and that they don't want to do a lot of CGI in this film, but then they just felt like they had to. Like
I wish they had made just a little bit less of the Fonz.
Sure. Yeah. I like Shia in this role. I like I like how he plays with Harrison. But yeah, I agree. There's something that always kind of like Shia's role is kind of derivative of this kind of greaser character.
Yeah, when he's just kind of playing a scene with Ford, it's fine. When he's having to play up any of the bits that are like the greaser bits, it becomes very caricature very quickly.
Yeah. Like the Ben already said, like the get that greaser bit. I hate it so much.
Well, but does Shia say that?
No, it's
No,
the
just kinda like
Joe College.
Right. Yeah. No. Yeah. No. And like that's not that's yes, I agree. But like I'm talking more just like what Shia has to do
Yeah.
in the greaser role. Like when the greaser has to come out in what he's trying to do with Indy, it's like womp womp. Set back your character like another 3 squares.
Yeah, I agree.
Hey, that car chase with Mutt's motorcycle though that leads into the library scene is pretty tight. I like that a lot.
I really like that sequence. I love how it ends with the
It's
kid.
one of the best. It's one of the best. Honestly, I think it's the best line in this movie. The best bit is if you want to be a good archaeologist, you got to get out of the library as he's going on the motorcycle riding out of the library.
We also get a close up on a Wilhelm scream,
Yeah.
which I think is fun.
The Marcus Brody statue, also just a nice touch.
Sweet. His he died in 1944 is what it says.
Yeah.
Um,
Which I think is the right amount of real life years from Last Crusade to when the actor passed, if I remember correctly.
He died in 93, and so 4 years after Last Crusade, I believe. Because Last Crusade came out in 89.
Is that true? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so just about. Yeah, not too far off.
Okay. There's I like when we get to see some miniatures. It does happen occasionally. The main one is the miniature of like where they go and find the conquistador grave and everything. The very first establishing shot is this big overshot head of a miniature.
Good point. Yeah, that's cool.
Which I thought was really nice. The blowback on the dart straight into the guy's throat.
Yeah.
Good bit. Oh, I did want to highlight this. I just forgot that this kind of line was in here, and I just really like it, which is when Indy's talking with Mutt about his dropping out of school and everything, and he's like, what do you do for money? I fix motorcycles. Is that what you want to do for the rest of your life? And he's like, maybe I am. So what about it? And he's like, is that a problem? And he's like, no, if that's what you love doing, and don't let anyone tell you different. And I really like that coming from Indy. That very much like, do what you love. That's it.
Speaking of that scene, they canonize definitively Young Indiana Jones Chronicles. Not that there was any question, but they reference it in this movie, the episode of Pancho Villa. It's like, I was kidnapped by Pancho Villa. That's an episode of Young Indiana Jones Chronicles. I think that's kind of cool.
Yeah, that is cool.
Yeah.
There's a very good effect on the air catching up with the conquistador when they let him out. Yeah, that effect is pretty good.
It's practical, I believe.
I think so. Or if it might be it's practical with a little bit of digital enhancement, maybe.
Yeah.
There's some jarring transitions in this edit, though. The editing's not great across the board. There's a shot, the one where they have like Indy in the chair, in the tent, and like he's literally like looking this way, and then it cuts to a shot that's not even a good shot to cut to from that shot, and he's looking down, and like I'm like, this is sloppy, and it literally happened after I'd already written the note for like the transition to the travel stuff being kind of jarring and not as smooth as it is usually in other movies.
Good point.
Hey, John Hurt's always nice to see. I love John Hurt.
Yep.
Yeah, he doesn't get a lot to do in this movie, but he's fun.
Help.
Yeah.
The quicksand, what is it? It's dry sand or whatever it is.
Right.
Yeah.
The dry sand pit, and I like it. It's like, Professor coming out. Actually, quicksand is a combination of this is, and he was like, "Oh, we'll be fine."
Right.
I like that.
We're not fine anymore.
It's a good bit.
Yeah.
And the snake. Good bit.
And even like it continues into what you were talking about when he's like, he's your son. Why didn't you let him stay in school?
Yes. Yeah, I think that's funny. I like that you get how Indy really feels, and then the immediate jump to parent reaction. I thought that was fun. We talked about that. Just in general, like the jungle chase scene, we've already talked about a bit. The green screen detracts. The nuts joke sucks. The physical fight between Kate and Shia is both hit or miss. Like there's some really good bits in there, and then there's some really, really bad ones.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and the swinging is awful. Just awful.
I hate the monkey scene. This honestly, like, I think the movie, for the most part, for like a lot of this runtime, and again, this is my bias of how much I love Indiana Jones. Like, I'm really with this movie for like 2/3 of it, maybe less. But like there's a lot of this stuff. There's a lot of what is putting down that I'm picking up. I think it's funny. I think Harrison Ford is really fun. I think there's some good action, and then it's just, as it goes on, it just becomes sloppier rather than tighter. I do think the beginning is tighter than the first half is tighter than the second half.
I would disagree.
Yeah, and
I think the middle is actually the tightest section, to be honest with you.
Sure.
Because I think we get a little sloppy with like the bureau stuff and all that. It gets too convoluted, too messy. But like from the moment he meets Mutt and the KGB come after them, all the way up to like once they run away in the tent and get out of the sand pit, like that's maybe the tightest part of the movie.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'd agree with that. But as it just gets sloppier, and like I'm even with the car chase scene, bad visual effects and all, I'm like, okay, yeah, there's some fun stuff here, there's some good banter here, but then the swinging happened, and I'm like, and then the ants. I hate the ant scene.
Oh, I'm so sorry to disagree.
Oh, that's okay. I just really don't like it.
I actually like the ants. I think it's a really good use of it. That feels more classic Indy to me. Like as an environmental threat, it feels very classic Indy of what they're having to work around, and it's real. Like those types of ants eat you alive, and maybe not necessarily pick up a whole body and tuck it into their hole, but they'll hurt you, they'll sting you, they'll bite you, they'll kill you, and they'll harvest your flesh.
That's all I need to know about.
And I think that's a good use of that. Like it was at that moment that I'm like, it is kind of nice to have an indie film that's set in a jungle environment, because we never had that before. Like Temple of Doom has it a little bit, but not to the extent that this is. Yeah. And like I do like the ants thing. I think it really works as like a problem and an obstacle, and like I like the action of them having to like all kind of scramble in their own way to deal with it. And I like the fight with the bruiser around it. And the way he knocks him into it, and like the tension between who's going to fall into the ants really works. I think that's very much like a very similar to like the tension of Indy on the top of the tank kind of action beat, and who's going to fall off or hit the treads or all that kind of stuff.
I don't disagree with what you're saying. For the most part, I just doesn't work for me very much. I do like that tank sequence though. That's a good tank sequence. That might be my favorite action piece in the franchise.
Sure, it's very good. I also like the skull diverting them. I think for the context of like even inside of just indie films as a magical item, like the fact that it does that works for me. I think that's really fun.
Yeah, the skull. I don't know. I don't think the skull is a very good MacGuffin either. And Spielberg even said like, I get why people don't like the MacGuffin. I don't like it either, which is a wild thing to say about your own movie. But I don't really think it. I don't really like it.
I like that after he looks into it, they're talking about like just leaving and blah 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 and doing all this, and he's like, I have to return it, and they're like, why you? And he's like, because it told me to. That kind of is all the motivation I need for it to work for me about doing the return of the skull and all that kind of stuff. Again, all of the semantics really come down to execution more than anything else. I don't think like on paper the idea is bad of the skull or reconnecting it with the skeleton, and the fact that it's even from these like alien beings of some kind. It's all just execution on the way there.
I will also say that I like when we first are introduced to the skull in not Pancho Villa, Corey. What's that guy's name?
Which one?
The dead guy.
Oh, or
Oriana.
Oriana, yeah.
Oriana, when we were in Oriana's grave and they take it out, and like they're like confused, like crystal's not magnetic, neither is gold, and he looks says, "Look, what is this thing?"
Right.
I do like that.
Yeah, I think it's a very like as a mystical object, it works inside the world of Indy. It's just the execution of like some of the elements that justify it in lore. You tweak some things, and I think it would land much better.
Yeah.
I really like the sand head puzzle that they have to do to get down there. I think that's a really good classic indie kind of thing. I really like it.
Yeah, I agree. Okay. I don't think I have much more. You got any more?
No, I really covered a lot of it. Like, it's because I ultimately agree with you. I think there's so many things about this that, like, in performance and like idea storytelling, there's so much good indie shit in here, but the execution is sloppy, and I do think it only gets sloppier.
Yeah, I agree. I'll say a couple last just bit of notes I have. I really am appreciative that they kept the punching sound effect from the classic films.
Sure.
It could have been very easily have been something they decided to update, and I'm glad they didn't.
Mhm.
There's something iconic about the Indiana Jones punching sound effect. It's something soothing about it that I like. I had a question. Do you guys think Indiana tells people about his adventures? Like, does he found Oriana's grave? Like, it's a huge archaeological find. Did he publish a paper? Did he tell anybody?
I think only if he's okay with it being something that, like, other people know about. Like, does he think Oriana's grave should be visited by anyone else? Probably not. So no, would be my guess.
Well, that's a good point, because like he has the thing in the third movie, it belongs in a museum. So clearly he like, he sells pieces to museums to Barkas's museum all the time. But like something like he solved a huge archaeological mystery with Oriana's grave that everyone thought he never made it out of the jungle. His grave cannot be found. He found it, but he doesn't tell anybody.
Well, I think the answer goes back to, like, Temple of Doom, right?
Uh-huh.
He doesn't tell anyone about those stones. Those stones go back to the village.
Good point. It's just a thought I had. Like, does he like who would believe him if he published a paper about this adventure? Who would believe him?
Well, that's the whole thing. Is like, if he was going to publish a paper about it, he'd have to substantiate it, which means like he knows people would be following up and going there. And if he doesn't want that place disturbed or to put other lives in danger for people who shouldn't go there, then he's not going to publish about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I think it really depends on what it is.
Also, he doesn't take any of the loot. He just takes the skull and bounces. So I think it's more of a, we're just here for the one thing. Let's just take the one thing, leave the rest, just let lie here.
Right, like he knows, it would require a whole thing to go and properly take all the gold out of there and make sure it's not like pillaged by somebody.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't, as far as we know, he doesn't work for the British Museum.
No, but he does sell to the museum.
Yeah, he does.
I mean, this is a silly topic. I don't want to spend too much time on.
No, but
I was trying to make a bad British Museum joke because they take everything they're not supposed to take.
Yes, absolutely. A lot of museums do. But I think that the answer really is just like, I think Indy is selective. I think if he feels like it's stepping on the toes of someone who shouldn't be stepped on for cultural reasons or whatever, then he's quiet about it.
And the Ark of the Covenant would have been under an NDA.
Right.
But like the Holy Grail, like, oh, I found the Holy Grail, but you can't find it. It's gone. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Or he would have talked to the knights like, can people at least just come see it?
But like
because it falls apart. The entrance to the cavern falls apart. If it hadn't, might he have written about like where the Grail ended up and all this kind of stuff? And like, maybe.
Maybe. No, Spark says he leaves the Grail there. It's just like talk to.
No, but that's not what I'm talking about, Ben. What I'm talking about is after the events of the Last Crusade, with the Grail gone, would he? If he published a paper, people would think he's a crackpot.
True.
Like, oh, I found the Holy Grail, but you can't. But you guys got to take my word for it because it's gone.
Or even if he stopped Elsa before she took it over the seal and the cave didn't collapse, people probably would have tried to steal the Grail anyway. So probably best to be like, shh.
No, but that's a good point on Sparks' thing, because the Grail is a good example of he would never tell people where he found it. Like if Elsa hadn't done what she did, he would take that secret to his grave. He would never tell people because like what's the point? But afterwards, like I just imagine the world. Like, this is just a silly topic. I don't know why I'm spending too much time on it. It's just a funny idea to me that the idea that he'd have to be like, no, trust me, guys, I found the Holy Grail.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I just think that's such a silly idea.
It's essentially like, sure, Uncle Indy, let's get you back to take your meds now.
Yeah, it's the older Indiana Jones from the young Indiana Jones Chronicles flash forwards, where he's just like, hey, back in my day, I was 99 years old.
I have
I'm
a
the
fun
Grail.
I have a fun one for you that I could phrase as a question, but it's more of an observation. Mutt does not know his legal name.
No, he doesn't.
That's just weird.
I'm
I'm sure he knows his name is Henry, but he doesn't know that it's Henry Jones.
And why is it Henry Jones? Oh, I guess because
He was born before she married who he thought was his dad.
Right. So, like, wouldn't he take Ravenwood as his given name?
No, because Marion decided to name him Henry Jones III. She put that on his birth certificate. That's her choice. So that's what he is, but he doesn't know that because 3 months after he's born, she marries Williams.
Yeah.
So he thinks his name is Williams because that becomes her name. That becomes
Colin.
his name. Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny.
It's just weird.
Yeah. It's one of those things where they had to come up with something to make the reveal work, because you can't show up and it's like, oh, my name is Mutt Jones.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
Not
here
really.
to see Henry Jones, and I know my name is Henry Jones. And
Yeah. So weird. We have the same name.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Anything else?
Nope.
I do love that they get married at the end. It's very, very happy for me.
Sure.
And that Indiana Jones takes his hat. So I never.
If this movie had been received better, who knows the Shia LaBeouf movies we would have seen.
It's so interesting because, like, I do think the intention was probably to spin off Shia LaBeouf.
100%.
I think Lucasfilm has been attempting to make an Indiana Jones film without Indiana Jones for a long time, because I understand that that Jones is meant to be James Bond originally, but I don't think Jones works in the same way that you could have recast this role. I'm not sure how I feel about it, and I guess I wouldn't know because we've never done it, so I don't know how I would feel about another character playing Indiana Jones, other than Ford. I just think it's so interesting that, like, this character just didn't become this kind of legacy character as intended. This is just Harrison Ford's role.
Sometimes I think, maybe that's for the best, because just maybe some things should just be left alone.
I agree.
I
personally, I'm happy we don't live in the world where there's 30 Indiana Jones movies.
Right.
Yeah. You'd have to keep trying to make it fresh and every single time. I do think I would like to see a story set in the world of Indiana Jones. Like, I was into the idea back then of a Mutt Williams adventure. I would love to see Short Round return. That Abner Ravenwood show, I'm not entirely convinced, but sure, whatever. Like, I think that there's potential of doing an Indiana Jones style story set in the world of Indiana Jones with a different character. But I just don't think Indiana needed to continue the way that something like James Bond has.
I'm not necessarily against, like, other stories in the world of Indiana Jones.
Yeah.
But I do think that, like, if you're doing that, I think that it becomes a question of why not just tell a new action adventure story based around an archaeologist. Like, you can also just do something new, and not be beholden to the world, but also be able to do whatever you want and really go for it and create a character just as, like, emblematic. And I think, like, no matter what you do, anyone else is always living in Indy's shadow.
Yeah.
If they're in the world. Because every action adventure film is living in Indiana Jones' shadow.
That's a good point. I mean, I don't necessarily think that there's anything wrong with revisiting an established world, such as Indiana Jones. Like I said, it's probably just my bias towards the franchise, and wanting to see some semblance of it continue.
I think part of it is, like, I don't know how I feel about revisiting the world of Indiana Jones without seeing Indy at all. And if the implication is that you wouldn't, then I'm like, because, like, even seeing a Short Round thing, I love the idea, but I would also need a pretty good reason to know like why Indy's not even around or what happened with their relationship and that kind of thing. And like it still lives in Indy's shadow kind of thing.
Mhm.
And so like it's very hard to do something in the world that can be completely divorced from him.
Sure. That's a good point also. There's also the sense that like, again, it's kind of one of those things where I'm up two minds of the whole thing where it's like, if you did a short round, if you did a story set around short round, it would have to be in the same time period as where we're approaching in Dial of Destiny because of just how time works.
Mhm.
But I would prefer to go back, to go back into the 30s or the 40s even.
Which even more like demands Indy's presence to an extent. Yeah.
Which is probably why the Abner Ravenwood thing was probably interesting because we could introduce a younger Indiana Jones story. That could have been something. I actually am far more into that now that I've said that. But there was one more thing I wanted to say about that. Oh, the games. Like you could do this with games, right? You could revisit Indiana Jones, and we're getting that game coming up probably next year, or the year after, where it's potentially set World War II ish time period.
Yeah.
So there's the potential to continue it in that way.
Right. Ben, any thoughts on any of that?
Not really.
Okay.
I've just been happy with Indiana Jones movies, to be honest. I'm also in the same boat with Brandon. I'm glad we don't have 1.5 billion of them. And I mean, I do think that Indiana Jones video games can expand the world a little bit more. But also, if there's like a spin-off of Indiana Jones, it really needs to have like a special sauce that, I mean, just makes it work. Because if you do something Indiana Jones, I feel that Indiana Jones has to be part of it in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I know it can, the world of treasure hunting, these action adventure films, these period pieces can work without Indiana Jones.
Yeah, logistically, but you can't bring back Indiana unless you recast.
True. Exactly, yeah. So it's a weird MacGuffin, but I do think the realm of video games is the way to go.
Yeah,
and also it puts you in the action and gives you it gives you another chance to play Uncharted again.
Shall we rate it?
Yeah.
Ben,
I give it a 6.
6, interesting.
It's not as once again, it's not as bad as I remember it, but there are definitely problems with it.
Right, Sparks.
Yeah, right now it's a 6. Like it's just got I as much as I like things in it, the film that we have compared to the film that I'm like I see what it could have been is just weaker. Like it's a favorable 6. I like it more than I thought I would in my memory, but it doesn't live up to the quality of what I expect of 7s.
Sure, I agree. I agree. Although I give it a 7. I think what you both have said is perfectly valid. There, again, it's my bias towards this franchise. How much?
Yeah, it's got you. It's got you by the balls.
100%. So yeah, I would give it a 7.
It's got a Kalima grip on your heart and your testicles.
It's got it's got for me. It's still got a lot to like.
No, I get it. Look, a 6 is a lot better than I thought I was going to end up coming at it with.
Sure.
I can't stress that enough. I was like, boy, it's going to really suck when I have to come on here and give Crystal Skull a 4.
Oh, shit.
That's what I was prepared for before I rewatched it, because I'm like, I do not remember enjoying it.
It's also so interesting watching this movie because like this is a legacy sequel before there were like tropes for legacy sequels. So it's still playing in like different spaces and trying to like find itself.
Yeah,
it's interesting.
For sure.
Okay, well that's it. Actually, that's it. So next franchise we're going through is Mission Impossible, which is coming up. So exciting.
Dun, dun, dun. Ben, do you know how soon?
Pretty soon.
2 weeks. 1 and 2, baby. 1 and 2.
Okay. You like one of those. You like 2. You've said it many times. You like 2.
I said I liked 2, but that's because I've only seen it once, and I was very young. So
that's fine. Hey, revisit a movie you like.
Spoilers. I didn't like 2.
I don't like 2 either.
No one likes 2. It's just that was the first one I saw.
Not no one, Ben. You like 2. Own it. Ben, revisit it.
Ben, people definitely like 2. I'm just not among them.
I might change my mind. Who knows?
As far as Indiana Jones goes, there's plenty of Indiana Jones material coming from us. The Real Score we've talked about is going to have many Indiana Jones episodes. There is a Dial of Destiny review when that movie comes out. So stay
Yes.
tuned for that. We will do that that movie. I think that's it. No, well, there's other things, but like I can't say because I don't know if they're gonna happen. But we'll see. So that's everything. That's the whole show.
Brandon saying like reviewing all the indie films on this podcast and doing 3 episodes on the Real Score dedicated to indie films isn't enough.
It's not. It's not. I only get one chance at this. The show's over after this, not the show. You get it. So we're not going to do book club.
No.
Book club is going to be reserved for next week. I am going to be gone next week, just a heads up. So stay tuned. So The Variants, which is Ryan's book club, it was announced on social media this week. The Variants by Gail Simone, Phil Noto, that will be pushed to next week. It's
really funny because it's maybe one of our most hyped up book clubs on Twitter, thanks to Gail Simone.
Yeah.
And we're going to have to push it back.
Sorry, Matt Damon. Sorry to Matt Damon. We couldn't get you. So, okay. Yes. What was I saying?
We're pushing back the book club because Ryan's not here, and it's
pushing back the book club. But next week will also be a review of Fast X.
Fast X, the Furious Saga.
So you guys have a good time. I hope you all enjoy the movie.
I'm sure we will.
Spoiler alert, I love the book club. That's kind of bummed I can't be on it.
You can share your notes.
I probably will.
I'll speak them for you. I'll do an impression of you and everything.
Well, it's not hard. So that'll do it, guys. Thank you once again for being being with us tonight as we go through all the Indiana Jones films. Yeah, that's that. Check out other things on this channel. You can check out things like Conversation, which is linked below. My latest episode, season 2, is going. So episode 2 is out now with Kyle Andry of the Dragon Ball Super Dope podcast. And upcoming, Sean Farrick from Trek Culture and Clone Star podcast. Really excited about that episode. Really liking the season of Conversation. You can also check out shows like Fake Nerds Watch, currently on hiatus as we wait for another show to come out. So stay tuned for whatever that show is going to be. I mean, we know what it's going to be, but you guys may not know.
We're waiting for another show, and we also have to we have other things that we're trying to accomplish in that time.
Well, yeah, but this show is waiting in the wings. Basement Arcade.
Shows.
Basement Arcade, our video game Let's Play series, and Basement Arcade Pause Menu, our video game discussion series. You can check out those shows as well as Fake Nerd Book Club. Oh, I got some news about Fake Nerd Book Club coming up. I'm really excited. Stay tuned. The Real Score, the Batman first episode, is out now. Make sure to subscribe to that audio channel. New episode, The Mask of Zorro, coming soon-ish.
And before we forget, both Grayson and Mag in the chat. Grayson saying thank you for the show. Have a great week. You too, my friend. And Mag, of course, saying good night, gang. And also earlier he said 2's okay. As a Mission Impossible 2.
Check out all those things, and of course all the Cinephile episodes for many of our reviews are available in the description below, including Indiana Jones, Raise the Lost Ark, and Temple of Doom.
Yes.
You can check out our Patreon and our TeePublic linked below, or on our website if you'd like to support us financially, or on our website where you can find links to everything at fakenerdpodcast.com, which is also linked below. Thank you to everyone who listens. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you to everyone who watches the live stream. We appreciate it. Thank you to everyone who watches the rewind. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you, everyone, for your support. Thank you to Jeremy Vellucci, our newest co-host on The Real Score, who does all the music you've heard here tonight and all the music you hear for all of our shows. You can check out him at Jeremy Vellucci _Wreck of Time. You can find his podcast, Suburban Proctologist, new episode out now, at facebook.com/Suburban Proctologist Official, or Instagram at Subproc Podcast. Of course, you can just subscribe on iTunes. Thank you to Mike Matola. Mike Matola, wonderful human being that he is, designed a few of our logos, including my new logo for Conversation. And you can find his artwork that we have collaborated with many times over at Mike Matola on Instagram and TikTok. You can find us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook, all at Fake Nerd Podcast, fakenerdguys@gmail.com. If you'd like to get in touch with us personally, though, I'm at BC McClure on Instagram and Twitter. I also write for CBR.com. I almost said oldschoolgamermagazine.com. KaijuRamenmedia.com and AtomicGeekdom.com. Ben?
You can find me constantly avoiding spoilers for Zelda Tears of the Kingdom because I don't have the game yet at BenMega27, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok. And you can also find me writing for Fusion Gaming Magazine, Old School Gamer Magazine, and GoNintendo.com, as well as playing Mary Frankenstein in D and Dark.
Sparks?
You can find me telling them that you should have taken my car when you had the chance at SparksWitty on Instagram and Twitter. I write for no one.
Damn, I thought that was closer. And you can find Ryan Eliopoulos at DJ Tony Snark 616 on all social medias. Subscribe to us on iTunes, Stitcher, Google Play, TuneIn, Spotify, iHeartRadio, Amazon Music and Podcast, and Pandora. Rate and review wherever you get us. We greatly appreciate it. Like this video, subscribe to this channel, and until next time you see us, guys, stay fake nerds.